غير وكورونا امره غير. يا عيني يا عيني يا عيني يا عيني.
فعلا يقع من التشيكن دينر. مزار بيحاول ياخذ الفرصه هنا على اللاعب ثور. يا ولد يا مزار. RUKH يغادر المباراه وايضا 4v1 بالنسبه لتيم ذا وورد اوف باتل.
What's up, guys? Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're getting ready to hop straight into the action here for today to see exactly what our teams are going to be bringing through. And of course, as we know, this is going to be the big one. Day number 5 for phase number 1 in PMPL Africa, the fall split for 2023. Of course, salut, bonsoir, bienvenue. Those, of course, for our French-speaking people out there that are going to be watching the stream here as well today. So a lot to look forward to, as we know, right? The teams are going to be grinding it out through today to see who's going to be the ones to sit at the top of the board. Of course, so much at stake here today, as we know. The teams are going to be, well, firstly, looking to qualify themselves moving into that top 12. But, of course, also then, at the end of this phase, it's going to be bonus point time. So there's going to be a lot that comes through here. Really curious to see who's going to be those teams stepping out in a little bit of that extra Livik action to show us what they can bring through. Of course, that is a bonus opportunity, a bonus round for the teams to try and secure themselves a few more additional points just to strengthen the lead with regards to that leaderboard. So, yeah, I hope you are ready for quite a bit of heat, because that is exactly what our teams are going to be bringing through here today. And of course, as we've seen across the past 5 days, or 4 days rather, the team's really grinding, right? We've had a little bit of a slow start coming through in day 1 and 2, but as we stepped into day 3 and day 4, well, they did really dial up that heat quite a considerable amount, really looking to spice things up as best they possibly can. I think that's what makes me so excited to see exactly what is going to be coming through here for today, right? Exactly to see how far these teams are going to be able to push that envelope, and we are waiting to see who's going to be the ones to step on through. But as we know, of course, we need to take a look at a few things here as well to get a bit of an idea as to where we are and where we're going. So we can see right here, right at the end of this phase, ooh, there is going to be that opportunity for the bonus points to come through. But as we know, right, we're going to play phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 all the same way to see who's going to be those teams to lock in the top 16 slots to make it over into those finals, where they are going to be grinding their butts off to get themselves back into contention to make another run, not only for the MEA Championship slots, but also just to walk away with the pride of knowing that they were absolute GOATs, absolute legends coming through PMPL Africa yet again. Of course, one of the ways that the teams can look to accomplish that goal is through utilizing the point structure here, right? Pole position being worth 10 points, and of course it trickles all the way down. Anyway, placing between 9th and 16th position is only going to award them, well, eliminations that they're able to find, as they won't be finding themselves any of those placement points. So there is going to be a great opportunity for the teams now to get really aggressive. Now, stepping into today, we are going to be playing it a lot more balanced, right? We are going to be having our 2 Miramars, our 2 Erangels, as well as the lovely Sanhok. And then, of course, we add that side order of a little bit of Livik into the mix as well. But, of course, is bonus points, right? So the team that ends at the top of the phase are going to be awarded 20 points. Then the points work their way down slowly all the way to that 20th position, which is going to be worth 1 point. So depending on how the teams perform right here, that is going to determine who will be the ones to step up with the highest tally with regards to bonus points. Now, last season, we did see the players there from FALCONS White securing themselves 79 bonus points. Missing out on the first week, ending in 19th place, second place instead of first place, right? Awarding them 19 points as opposed to the 20 that they could have gotten. But, well, based on what we've been seeing so far, they could definitely look to play that card, right? Looking to secure themselves up in pole position. As for the spread of the prize pool, all 20 teams within the league stage are going to be awarded exactly the same prize for their participation. But it's once we get into the finals, that is where things really start to get quite interesting. As you can see, that first place being worth an additional $5,500. And of course, trickling all the way down to 16th, which is worth $500. And that all forms part of the share of the $60,000 prize pool that we've got here, right, for PMPL Africa. So there is a bit of heat, right? Quite a bit of contention coming through for our teams. We do have our MVP award, as well as the most winner chicken dinners. So there is quite a bit for the teams here to play for, aside from just locking themselves into that pole position. It does seem like we are going to be hopping into a bit of an interview that they are going to be speaking with flankers. So let's enjoy. All right, not yet, not yet. Seems like Flanker could be popping on screen very, very soon. Maybe we've got Flanker ready right now. Doesn't seem like we are going to be having audio on that one. I mean, I can sit here and try and translate, right? See if I can get all the words guessed properly. The odds of me guessing them accurately all across the way, that is going to be a little bit of a tough one. Let's see, maybe they'll bless us with a bit of that sound. Of course, we'll find out very, very soon whether or not that is going to be the case. Indeed. Alright, doesn't seem like we are going to be having any of that come through just yet. Not quite just yet. So, well, it seems like we are instead just going to be listening to a few tunes in the background. But I think this gives us a bit of an opportunity to take a look at what we could potentially be having come through here today, right? So, as we are going to be stepping into our first match of the day, which is, of course, going to be none other than the lovely Miramar, I think there's a great opportunity for the teams really to try and just hone in as much aggression as they can find, right? So, we've seen teams like Black and Falcons White really bring in quite a bit of a dominating performance when it comes to this map. But Virtual Gaming Squad, they've also started to really crank up their play. I mean, they've been able to secure themselves 48 eliminations in total to this point. That based on the 7 Miramars that they've played so far. So I'm curious to see whether or not Virtual Gaming Squad or potentially even XENON are going to be looking to really double down on those strategies, right? Because based on what we've been seeing just back on Miramar Day, as well as on our only Miramar from yesterday, things really look quite interesting, right? I think there's a lot of opportunity, a lot of potential for these teams really to crack it wide open. And of course, along with that, bring in quite a few of those upsets. Because if you remember yesterday also then, we saw Virtual Gaming Squad finishing all the way in 3rd place, coming through with 5 eliminations, taking 2nd in the match, but they were awarded 11 points, just behind the performance coming through from Castle Black. Also, Clear Vision with a glorious chicken coming through with those 12 eliminations, but that, of course, also being a result of Black Hand and Falcons White not playing in match number 2, as they are in Group D, so that does complicate things a slight little tad. But moving into today, there is going to be that opportunity for them now really to get right down to business, as they are going to be playing that first initial match, right? So this is exactly that chance for them to show what they've got, whether or not they are going to be looking to hone that aggression here for today, because as we know, right, the race for the top 12 is going to be the focus of today, to see exactly where these teams are going to be ending up. And of course, with regards to those total points coming into today, again, things are looking pretty tight. I mean, we've got 12th place now, currently sat on 73 points, which is held by the players there from the World of Battle. So they are just holding on to a 3-point lead against PLUSEIGHTEEN. And of course, then the players coming through from Golden Esports, looking at 77k, right? The team with regards to PMGC points that are very close in contention to that position of the Falcons White. They've been having a little bit of a tough phase, right? Currently sat all the way down in 15th position with only 67 points. That does make it quite challenging for them now to really ramp up that performance, because if we compare that to Falcons White currently holding on to the top of the leaderboard, they are doing that with 172 points. So that is more than a 100-point lead that they currently have over the players from 77k. Now, whether or not we are going to be looking at 77k clutching out this phase, I'm not quite sure, but that is going to require quite a bit of focus then for a team like 77k if they want to be in contention, right? Or rather, remain in contention for those PMGC slots. Because based on the current performance that we have coming through from the side there of Falcons White, I mean, I think it's almost safe to say that they're on a bit of a runaway, right? They're really finding quite a bit of momentum here. And if they continue on this trend, I don't realistically see any other teams catching up to them, at least not with regards to PMGC points, as they've now been able to create quite a bit of a gap. Then speaking about the current phase points, I mean, Falcons White, they're not that far ahead. If we compare that to the players coming through from RUKH Esports, I mean, RUKH Esports, they are sat on 130 points, all the way in 3rd place. We get Clear Vision currently sat on 132. So again, 2 points separating that 2nd and 3rd place. But the heat is going to be there, right? Looking to see whether or not the teams can follow through, punch that all the way to the very, very end. And I think that is going to allow for some great, great excitement to come in. There's still a bit of a chance for Clear Vision, potentially today, to clutch it out. To lock in those 40 points and make a run for pole position. But I think that is also going to be quite reliant on FALCONS White not necessarily having the day that they would hope to have, right? So in order for Clear Vision to succeed, FALCONS White, they'll have to have a tough day. And I don't really see that happening just yet. But of course, well, it's a little bit too early to say. We need to see what these teams are going to be doing as they step out onto that battlefield. And hopefully they're going to be proving us wrong with a few amazing performances. But as we know, then, right after Miramar, we are going to be heading over into a little bit of Erangel action as well. So that, again, gives even more teams the opportunity to bring in the surprises, to bring in that extra push to see exactly just how far they can push those proceedings. So there is going to be quite a bit to look forward to. Of course, once the interview is over, we are going to be hopping straight into that, I believe, to get a bit of an idea as to what the point situation is, right? What the leaderboard is, what those PNGC points are looking like. But as you can see, unfortunately, we don't have any audio for this interview. So that is a bit of an unfortunate one. Guess it is what it is at the end of the day. We've got a few jams playing in the background, but that is about it. So, well, we're just patiently waiting for that interview to get kind of wrapped up, right? So we can move on with the rest of the day to see exactly what these teams are going to be bringing through. Of course, also now, right, this being day 5, we are going to be looking at 6 matches being played. Of course, the teams are going to be playing 4+1. So we are going to be playing through our usual 5 matches, after which we are going to be stepping into those bonus matches. And of course, well, the bonus match, only the top 12 teams are going to be making it to that point. So there is going to be a lot to come through here. But of course, as we know, it should just about be that time for us to start taking a look at those stats, a bit of a breakdown to get a good assessment as to where these teams are and what we could be expecting to come through from them. Of course, if you have any predictions, be sure to let me know. In the meantime, here is our map rotation for the day. We are going to be starting on Miramar, then heading over into Erangel, back to Miramar, then heading into a little bit of the jungle action before wrapping up with our final match right there, match number 5, before we jump into our bonus match of the day. Now, we've seen over in PMPL Arabia, Livik being quite exciting. The moment the teams have the opportunity to venture out onto the field to show us exactly what they can bring out to the action here. So if you've got any predictions as to who will be making it there, let me know. As we also did see, of course, we have a few prizes up for grabs as well, moving through that lovely Livik match. So we've got the most eliminations being awarded here. We have our top performer with regards to the Watch My Style, right? Looking at the way that they are able to secure themselves those eliminations. We got the Viewer's Choice. We got Robin Hood, that of course being with a crossbow. We've got the One-Man Army, which is worth $145, $150 right there. Then, of course, we've got the Look at My Style one, right? That is the second one from the right. So, several opportunities for these teams to try and secure an extra little bit of a bonus coming through. The Viewer's Choice one, of course, is awarded to the team that has the player with the biggest highlights within the bonus map, right? So, there's always going to be quite a bit to look forward to as our teams are going to be looking to push across the board, right? Livik, we've not yet seen the Robin Hood one coming into action. We've not yet seen that shot really connecting up. We haven't seen any crossbow plays being made just yet. So hopefully, maybe today could be the day in which we see all of that change. Of course, then taking a look here at the comparison coming through from a Virtual Gaming Squad all the way back on day 1 versus day 3. You can just see how they've been able to step up those performances, really cranking it out. Coming in with 24 eliminations on the first day, pushing it up to 36 eliminations on day number 3. And that is, of course, the total per each day. Virtual Gaming then also locking in 6,500 damage to accompany that. First match IQ, soon. That's all I can tell you at this point. It should be starting soon. So, in just a short few moments, we are going to be hopping straight into the action to see exactly what our teams are going to be bringing through. As soon as we head into the match, trust me, you will know because I'll be taking you right into that to show you exactly what the flight path and everything else is going to be bringing through. Of course, I think this is now a golden opportunity. If you have any predictions for the map for this very first game over on Miramar, now would be a good time to let me know. So give me your predictions, right? Where do you think the zone is going to be going, or where do you think the flight path is going to go? Who do you think is going to be the first team to get sent back to the lobby? Who could be the team to take that winner chicken dinner? Drop your predictions in the chat. Curious to hear what your thoughts are. And of course, well, we'll see who is going to be the ones to hit it on the money. Yes, Dre, soon is all I can tell you, because the match starts when the match starts, right? That's the way it goes. So we're going to have to wait. It should be very, very soon. I mean, just a few moments away. The moment I can see them transitioning over to the casters, that gives us the cue that there's less than a minute left to go. So we'll just wait for that. But yes, welcome to everybody joining us in on the broadcast here today. You can see Mike also coming through with a hello. What's up, Mike? Welcome, welcome, welcome. So yeah, wassalamu alaikum. Bienvenue. And yeah, there we go. All right, so we are going to be transitioning in over to the Arabic casters. On the other side, it's going to be Shalaby and Denver on the desk today, taking us through the action, at least on the Arabic side. Of course, the English side, well, it's me. I'm your host. I'm your caster. I'm all in one. You can just call me that way. You can call me DK. It's easy. So yeah, we are going to be hopping in. So drop those predictions in the chat. Let me know where you want to see that go. You wish they change. You wish they change what? 1912. We are going to be hopping in there. I promise you. Just bite onto your finger. We should be there in like a minute. Maybe less. Maybe just over a minute. I don't know. It's going to be soon. Once the flight path starts, we're going to be jumping straight into the action. So, we have time. Give me your predictions. Do you think it's going to be the players from Black Vision or Falcons now looking to bring in a bit of that dominance? Could we see a surprise play potentially coming through from Castle Black? Do you think RUKH Esports are going to be bringing very dastardly play out onto the battlefield? Could it potentially even be a team like Jack Digger maybe looking to grab themselves that winner chicken dinner? Could it be the Vampires? I mean, there's so many teams that are going to be stepping in. But of course, speaking about stepping in, let's step into the match as we are going to be hopping straight down to it. Of course, what we are looking at here with regards to the flight path is it's starting down very close to Puerto in that southeastern side. Heading all the way up into Trailer Park. So that is going to be a very, very happy drop location, especially for a team like XENON. Yes, Dre, finally. Finally! It is time for the first match. On the last day, in the first phase. That is a mouthful, but that is exactly where we find ourselves. So now just waiting in anticipation to see what our first initial zone is going to be doing. Is it going to be taking us up to that northeastern side? Is it going to be holding down to the south? Is it going to be going southeast, southwest, maybe center? We've seen the zone pop in several different locations. So let's see what the play is going to be for our very first match. Right, ooh, it's going to be centering up onto Chumacera. So Falcons White are going to be finding themselves with a beautiful starting point. Smack dab center zone. We got Persector saying Mo for the win. Well, yes, let's see whether or not Mo Esports are going to be bringing it in. I mean, we did see that second place finish coming through from Mo Esports just yesterday. So curious to see whether or not they'll be able to maybe improve on that, right? Do we think today is going to be the first winner chicken dinner coming through from Mo Esports? Well, based on what we can see in the chat, I would be safe to say yes to that. Of course, in case you missed the live rankings, there it is at the left side of the screen. Of course, once we hop in game, it is going to be sat at the top of the screen, right? The live updated scores will be finding their way right through over there. But let's see what our teams are going to be doing in the meanwhile, as we are going to be looking for a bit of a play, a bit of an angle here to go on through. The sector saying that they hope they qualify this time. I mean, the sector, I am right there with you. Fast coming through with the Elisio MVP. So a lot of love coming out for MEA Esports. In the meanwhile, we are going to be looking on to RUKH Esports, as they are making their merry way around the zone, looking to decide whether they are going to be looking to pull up into San Martin, potentially maybe rotating down to Picado, or just taking the plunge and pushing forward in towards the zone. Of course, if they decide to move into Picado, they are going to have to share with the World of Battle. Fortunately for the World of Battle, Wave have opted for a little bit of a different starting point. In the meanwhile, Falcons not going to be phased whatsoever, holding on to that far western edge of the zone. Super far south. Hamza, yes, indeed. Right, in case of doubt, refer down to the bottom left corner of the map, of the screen. Right, as you can see down in the bottom left, it says there, Day 5, Match 1, Week 1. That is the easiest way to find out exactly where we are. But in case, if it's a little bit too tiny, a little bit too small, you're welcome to ask in the chat, and we shall provide you with the required information. Simple yes or no, or no, this is match number 7. If it's match number 7, I'd be really worried, because somehow something changed up without me knowing any of that. And meanwhile, Castle Black also just making their way on through, just a little bit to the further northern edge of that zone. Smash now with a bit of a spread out. The Vampires, they're going to be hanging around here in San Martin. They do have Black Hand, just situated towards their current north. Superpower and RUKH Esports also holding on to an interesting position. I mean, RUKH, they rotated all the way down to the edge of zone, almost heading right up into Picado. Then turning around and heading back all the way out to Cruz del Valle. So not quite sure what that rotation plan was, but that is what we're seeing right now. XENON also starting their approach. They are going to be heading towards that western side, very close to the side of Falcons White. RUKH, of course, now very securely positioned up in Monte Nuevo. So I don't really see them receiving any contention just yet. I mean, I'm pretty sure the rest of the teams are going to be focusing their efforts much further down in towards that zone. In the meanwhile, there's going to be the World of Battle and +18 are getting ready for a little bit of business here. Alright, Mohammed now jumping at the opportunity, finding themselves a bit of a position here to play off of. But are we going to see that follow through come in? The World of Battle now with a beautiful purge. Going to be looking to find a bit of an opportunity, looking to capitalize if they can. But again, not the easiest angle for them really to try and play through, as the blue zone is going to be closing on up. They don't really have to worry about it too much, but they're going to have to keep an eye on the teams rotating in. As we have about 7 teams that are yet to make their way securely in towards this next phase. Right, things are also looking nice and quiet over on towards the side here. Oh, special. I mean, they've been able to sneak themselves all the way into that far southern edge. Well, at least the southern edge of the map, right? Not exactly the southern edge of zone. Oh, RUKH. They've also now just ducked a little bit further down, looking to get themselves situated nice and properly over towards that western edge. But now it's going to be go time, as they are going to be looking to capitalize on a little bit of that range. They got some great elevation to try and play off of here, but let's see whether or not that is going to be the case for them. It's a lot of pushing. A lot of long-range plays coming through currently. As that zone is about to pop as well. Oh, nice shift all the way down to that far southern edge. This is exactly what we want to see come through now, as the teams will really have to crank their way to get themselves properly secured. I mean, such a big section of the playable area is now down to essentially not all that much. You can see the zone now being probably about like 80, maybe 15, or 80, like maybe even 85% water. The rest is just going to be dry land. But these teams are going to have to try and duke their way through to see if they can get themselves properly and decently secured. So I hope you're ready for an absolute chaotic play, as these teams are going to be finding themselves in a very, very difficult shift. Man! So Smash, this is going to be the opportunity to really bridge camp the living heck out of this current bridge. I mean, essentially the only bridge that is held within the zone. Falcons are going to be receiving a little bit of love, as they've already been able to secure themselves all the way down to that far southern edge. This is not a bad zone. This is not what a zone. This is an absolutely devastating zone. I mean, I don't think I've ever in my PUBG career seen a zone like this. So far down on that southern edge, this is going to be quite the problem. As you can see, several teams held out in the blue. So we've got about 7 teams now currently just sipping on some blue juice. So we can expect either the blue zone to walk away with an absolutely phenomenal score, right, picking up a record highs with regards to those eliminations, or potentially we could see one team just looking to bring in their dominance with regards to that zone angle. Ooh, XENON! We're looking to take a little bit of charge here as they rush forward onto the players here from Mo Esports. Cracking that can wide open. So Hainsley and Easy, we're looking to ease a little bit of that discomfort as they now look to find a bit of a spot to move into +18, also trying their best as they do lose their first player. Now the rest of the squad are having to rotate a little bit further over to the edge. I think this is essentially going to be a big majority of the trend that we are going to be having for this match, as the teams themselves don't have a lot of space really to work with all too much. Let's see exactly what that zone is going to be bringing on through. Now it's going to be RUKH, also still situated over on towards the western side. They do have superpower just up ahead of them, as you can see, towards that ridge line. But Mo Esports already down to 1. Superpower now getting that knock coming through towards them, as we do have Black Hand moving in on that position. Mazzaro coming through with a follow through. Falcons now essentially have that western side of the island to themselves, as we do say goodbye to Mo Esports. A very unfortunate position to find themselves in. But with such a crazy shift coming through from that zone, there's not much else that we could be expecting. It's going to be Reno to get found as well, as Berlin sneaks in with a bit of that UMP. Oh, Fivo swiftly dealing with those threats, and that is going to be superpower all the way out in 15th, at least finding themselves 1 elimination. Baker and the rest of Castle Black now going to be looking to leverage the opportunity. Got a bit of a position. Going to hold a bit of a gatekeep now onto RUKH. It's going to be a very, very testing position indeed. Oh, here we go. Nice bit of angle there. Default, quite a bit of a range all the way down into Jack Digger. So the contention are starting to build on several fronts. But more specifically over towards that eastern side. RUKH, Castle Black, dancing around the hillside, looking to see who's going to be the one to lock in that spray. But of course, then it is going to be the plays then from the Vampires, also going through a bit of third party. Meanwhile, it's going to be Ahmed meeting them toe to toe, locking in the sprays, the angles, the plays. Castle Black now just showing their dominance as they do secure the end here for RUKH. Out they go, 3 eliminations up. XENON also finding themselves in quite a bit of a problematic position, as you can see them now also being reduced down towards Senke. But so far, at least XENON also being able to secure themselves 2 eliminations. Now this is going to be an absolutely dirty zone, as we are still sat with 13 teams, 45 players. But really no space to work with. So a great opportunity now for Wave and Special, as well as Falcons, to do a little bit of cleanup towards the edges of these zones. Oh, Smash doing the only thing they can. Just take a blind rush, looking to play for zone. They've managed to make it over the majority of the bridge. Now, just as they find their landing on the opposite end, up comes the shotties, the sprays, and this is going to be Broly looking to clean it up. 2 hopefuls now remain. Pusher also now, again, having to try whatever they can to get themselves secured. We do say goodbye to the world of battle as well. Wave, they did get that knock coming through on towards Rex just a few moments ago. Fortunately, that was not a confirmation, so they are able to bring themselves back into contention. Let's see whether or not G-Brood is going to be able to find Pusher. Oh, 77k with a little bit of that bridge trolling. Falcons, they do find Senke, but also experiencing a little bit of that knock-knock action heading in their way. But we are now sat with only 10 teams looking to find their way to get a good, secure position. Again, there aren't going to be many options available to our teams. At 77k, they do lose Fajita, taking the approach towards the northern edge. +18, Black Hand and Castle Black are going to perch up on that northern coast, well away from the southern side. But now comes the pressure, right? Is that zone going to stick potentially up to the north? Is it going to throw quite a bit of a spanner and force the teams to rotate further down south? Oh, up comes the blaze though. XENON not going to be settling for anything other than aggression, as they do find the sprays onto Mizarro. Cacao, or Koa, no. Now going to be trying to get the rest through on Storm. Looking to see if they can bring Black Hand back onto that 3-piece, but up comes the push, the play. Ooh. Fortunately there for Storm. The vehicle pickup is an option, so they do just pop them in the vehicle. Off they go. Keme now coming through with a suppressive fire, trying to keep +18 at bay. Nagato, XENON not really planning for that push just yet. But of course, if they manage to evade the side there from Black Hand, they are going to find themselves well in the line of sight coming through from Castle Black. Now, the zone does the unthinkable. It moves further down south. So Black Hand still trying to reach across the way. Storm now getting met with quite a bit of a range hit. Vampire's not going to be letting any opportunities pass them by. But this is looking absolutely horrendous now for Castle Black and Black Hand. The only option is potentially going to be trying to swim across the way or looking to rotate across that bridge. But I don't really see them opting for a bridge rotation. Now, the difficulty of going for a bit of a swim is that they could also then get picked up even well before they hit the water. What a great nade coming through from Rami onto Broly. So RUKH now going to be looking to show a bit of dominance onto the bridge. But very limited options remain for our teams. Ooh, Rami goes down. Good nade from G Brute. The special Esports not going to be backing out of the fight just yet. Instead, they are going to be looking to make quite a bit of noise. They want to hold their ground. But they are going to get tested, as we can see, of course, then the players here from 77k sneaking in behind them. So Special now finding themselves in a bit of a sandwich. Falcons still extending that reach all the way from the zone towards that far edge on the opposite end of the body of water. 77k now opting down into the drink as A9Q and Morteza successfully makes it across the way. Now sitting with our final 8 teams. Things are going to be pretty grim. Oh, Black Hand, as we also saw then, getting taken out in 9th place. Out they go with only those 3 eliminations. RUKH Esports out in 8th. Castle Black. Slowly getting devoured by that blue. And this is where we could see quite a few of those substantial casualties now starting to roll on in. But, well, the rest of the teams, right? Our remaining 7 teams, aside from Castle Black, has been able to get themselves secured onto the dry land. But with Puncher King now just perched on the edge, it could be a great opportunity to farm a few more of those eliminations. If SAFG also not looking all too great with that health pass. The blue zone does get the better of them. He's now going to be solely reliant on Ahmed to carry that Castle Black name all the way through to the very end. Meanwhile, ooh, Vampires getting ready for a little bit of an interaction here. Ninja Boy with a good reach. Secures the play over onto Teak. Zorn getting ready to pop as well. Let's see where it's going to take our teams. Oh, alright, so just centering up on itself, so nothing too chaotic. Not at the current moment. Vampire's still going to be looking to play a bit of the gatekeep angle now onto the Falcons, but if you can see AXA, they've already managed to just flank their way around, sneaking up behind them. The Vampires, I don't quite know whether or not they are aware of that, but they 100% are right now, as AXA has opened fire. While the rest of the Falcons now look to rotate in behind AXA. It's a good cover fire coming through there. Meanwhile, it's going to be G-Brute now fishing for a few of those hit markers. Trying to see if they can find something up and through that smoke. G-Brute needs to be very careful. They still have YC locked in on the edge of zone. But if they get a little bit overconfident, they are going to get punished, right? Especially looking at the angles being held by Ahmed coming through from Castle Black. Oh, down goes G-Brute. A little bit of that punishing coming through right there. Now it's going to be Wave looking to create a bit of a play. Unfortunately for them, Rex has been found. Now Petrox Zal going to be looking to lock in the defensive strats. As Jack Digger are going to be pushing. Looking to create their own bit of an opportunity moving through from the side. Meanwhile, it's the Vampires now. Feeling the heat coming through from the Falcons. YC locks in the play, and that is 77k out with 2 eliminations up. Right, so Jack Digger also now going to be pushing on that edge. Falcons still holding strong. As you can see them still locked in on full squad. Same can be said for the Vampires. But again, no clarity as to who's going to be the one to take the victory right here. Castle Black in the meanwhile, they will get closed up. At least though, 7 elims. A very, very healthy performance coming through from them. It's now going to be the Vampires all just piling up. Malek in a bit of a tough position there. Can't really move all too much. You can see the Falcons really locking down. Oh, Hazard managing to evade the sprays. Beautiful play coming through here from Maxa. But now we wait to see what our final 5 teams will have to do. Is that zone going to be a bit of a blessing to them? Is it going to throw even more of a curveball? As Gaddafi now has that lovely loot crate. Oh, just in front of their eyes. But Vampires are all getting crammed in the corner. Not really having anywhere left to move. And all the Falcons now can do at this point is to sit back, relax, apply as much pressure as they can. As the Vampires has been stripped of all potential. It's now down to Hazard and Malek. The moment they make that rush, the rest of the teams are going to be looking to contribute to the carnage, to the action, looking for a bit of a spray. Ooh, Teak getting dropped right on down. But that is going to be G Brute coming all the way from that eastern side. Again, looking to play a little bit of third-party action here. Special still holds on to quite a bit of a reach. Even with only 2 players, they are now very comfortably situated on 8 eliminations. There we have it, Vampires. Unfortunately, not going to be able to get themselves out of that corner. It's now down to the final 4. Jack Digger sitting on 2 eliminations. Wave on 3. Special and Falcons both now secured on 8 eliminations apiece. Oh, alright, it is go time. As G Brood and Melas both get found. Zazal gonna be making quite a bit of noise. Close to center zone, but the Falcons are gonna come lurking in right behind them, so the time might be running out here for Zazal. As they are about to experience a full-on rush coming through from Falcons White. Oh, the angle is there, and that is exactly what happens. Zazal, at least. Finding a bit of a response on towards Puncher. But Falcons not going to be all too phased with that knock coming through as they do hit the double-digit elims. Wave now up to 5 eliminations. Gaddafi is chilling on the windowsill, as one does when you are on the first floor. Falcons are in a beautiful position here, really able to capitalize and just bring in such a dominating play. But why is he going to look to oppose them as they do find Puncher? Oh, and Sykes still down, but Axa with the reach. Wow. Now it turns to Wave. The only team standing between Falcons and that winner chicken dinner. Quite a bit of pressure now turning to their shoulders. Gaddafi, Petrox I don't think they found themselves in a position similar to this. At least not within this league stage. Especially not on a crazy zone shift like we've just seen come through in this match. So what a way to kick off the proceedings here for day number 5. As our first match is off to a very, very challenging start for our teams. Proving to be quite the force to be reckoned with. Oh, nice angle. Good play. But now Wave, they got to follow through. They got to close it up. But this is now a bit of that domination coming through here. Let's see who's going to be the one to lock it in. Alright, Axa does get the play onto its Petrox. Now it's up to Gaddafi. Oh, great consistency coming through here from Wave. But of course, they are going to be looking to send it all through now, not wasting a single moment. Instead, Gaddafi does find themselves a bit of puncher. Oh, but the inevitable is going to happen as we do see the players from FALCONS White securing themselves that winner chicken dinner. And doing so with quite a substantial amount of eliminations to boot as well. So a very, very exciting play coming through from FALCONS. 13 eliminations, 24-08. A very impressive showing with regards to the aggression. Just gotta love what these teams are bringing to the battlefield. But there we have it, right? Our first match of the day with an absolutely insane zone shift. Right, going into a place that I don't think I've ever seen it go. And I don't think the teams either. So a very, very tough position indeed for these teams to try and cope with, as the zone has just been throwing spanners and spanners and spanners into the works. But of course, well, once they all got themselves situated down onto one little land that was available towards the southern south, right? Well, it was up to the remaining few to fight it out, to duke it out for that winner chicken dinner. FALCONS, of course, are going to be saying no to the opportunity, stepping up, showing as much dominance and aggression as they could possibly muster. And, well, it resulted in them getting themselves that winner chicken dinner. So a very, very exciting play coming through indeed then for them. But, of course, let's take a look at a few of the highlights. Well, there we go. There we go. Some pretty interesting plays coming through in that match. But of course, as we know, right, that was just the first of many yet to come here for today. And of course, speaking about many, of course, we also need to take a look and see exactly how our many teams were performing with regards to, well, what few angles they had to try and capitalize off of. Of course, trying to get themselves a few of those eliminations as well. As we know, they are trying to climb the leaderboard. They are trying to secure themselves up into the top 12. Now, whether or not that is going to happen, woo, it is yet to be seen, but it's going to be a very hard and sweaty position indeed. Of course, now the FALCONS coming through with a lovely 23 points right there. 13 and 12 points going over to the side of Special Esports, as well as Wave Esports. Castle Black, so locking in on the 7 eliminations for a grand total of 9. Vampires, ooh, also just shining their way through up into 8 eliminations. Unfortunately for 77k and Black Hand, it has been a little bit of a tough run. As you can see, both of them walking away with 3 eliminations. Black Hand only capable of capitalizing rather on those eliminations. The same can be said for XENON, the players here from the World of Battle, as well as RUKH. But of course then for Smash Team and Mo Esports, it's going to be a tough start. Heading back into the lobby with not a single point to show for this match. It is unfortunate, but it is what it is at the end of the day. Of course, they have the rest of the matches remaining here today to try and make up for that. As we know, we are going to be stepping into quite a few more. Of course, next up, we are going to be heading straight over into a little bit of that Erangel action to see how our teams are going to be faring. But speaking about faring, let's take a look at our comparison. We can see AXA taking the most eliminations, 2 of which has come through from the utility usage. And of course, we got P6 locking in a 401 meter hit, or Psych rather. No surprise to see that, especially looking at how that zone played out. G Brute being an absolute brute, coming through with those eliminations as well. So a very, very good amount of damage being delivered. 1109. So a very exciting play coming through from their end as well. But of course, as we know, we need to see how all of these stats, how all of these points relate with regards to our, well, phase standings, right? As we know, essentially, that is what our teams are going to be competing for. But in the meanwhile, while we prep that up, we are going to be taking a look here at the comparison between Psych and Ahmed. Ahmed, though, locking in with more aggression, as well as being able to convert all that aggression into even more eliminations. As you can see, Psych, well, only managing to find themselves 1 elimination. So that is unfortunate, but at least both of them were able to remain pretty consistent with regards to those assists as well, right? So the work was out there, the work was being done. And of course, Falcons walking away with those 13 eliminations. That is quite the play to come through from them. Of course, not the biggest chicken that we've seen, but still, I mean, it is Falcons White, right? What are we expecting? Nothing less than those double-digit eliminations, especially on a map that they are quite comfortable and proficient on. Of course, now talking about the players then here from G Brute and Co, that is going to be Special Esports. So G Brute bruting their way through with regards to that elimination, or damage rather, with Ramsey. Unfortunately, not finding any damage, but at least receiving quite a bit of that, 185. So Ramsey not being presented with the opportunity to try and secure a few eliminations, right? But as we can see, 8 eliminations regardless, still going over to the side there of Superpower. I think they are not going to be frowning at any of that. And especially looking at the fact that they were able to close up their play all the way in that 3rd place, right? So a good finish. And that is exactly the kind of step-ups that we want to see come through here as the teams are presented with these opportunities, with these angles, with these tries, looking to see just how far they can push the envelope. But, of course, those are not the only ones that we are going to be comparing. We are going to be looking at how Special Esports then fared against Falcons. This, of course, being the teams in 1st and 2nd place with regards to those overall points. Now, the damage figures looking very, very similar. As you can see, 2200 versus 2400. But of course, well, the players then from the Falcons able to milk 5 additional eliminations out of a very similar amount of eliminations, or damage rather, coming through for them. So yeah, we want to see how that is all then going to convert through as we take it from Erangel, or from Miramar rather, moving over onto Erangel. As we know, stepping onto Erangel, we do have a few other teams, right, that like to get a little bit more aggressive, but also then moving into match number 2, right, this is going to be the first match of the day coming through for Arab Golden, Clear Vision, Greedy, as well as Virtual Gaming Squad, and then of course the players from Blackhand, Falcons, Superpower, and Wave Esports are going to be sitting this one out. And that is, of course, the only one that they are going to be sitting out. So excited to see what the teams are going to be looking to bring through as we venture over into Erangel. And, of course, if you have any predictions as to what you think is going to be the outcome here with regards to either the flight path, the zone, which is going to be the team to potentially clutch out with that winner chicken dinner, be sure to let me know in the chat. Also, if you've got any idea as to how many eliminations they are going to be securing, feel free to tell me that as well. Of course, looking forward to your messages. Let's see those predictions come through. In the meanwhile, well, we are going to be prepping for the plane as we are going to be hopping straight on board to see what our teams will have to work with here for our first Erangel of the day. Alright, so from what we can see already, the flight path is starting over the western side, right at South George. So now we wait in anticipation to see what the zone is going to be bringing on through as well. Where's it going to pump? Very nice and casual positioning with regards to the zone though. The team still having relatively decent access to a majority of those preferred locations. Of course, obviously, right? Positions like Primorsk, Sosnovka, going to be a little bit more difficult to reach. But that is not going to stop these teams from rotating there. Well, I mean, aside from the zone, right? The zone is going to be stopping them indeed. We do have a prediction coming through for 6 eliminations for the winning team. And apparently, if Red Eyes is right, I have to record myself reading the first 3 chapters of The Hobbit. Need a good audiobook. Well, that's Northern Zone. Right, that is going to be adding quite a bit of suspense. I mean, it's very similar to the bit of carnage that we had down towards over on Miramar. Who knows? Let's see what surprises the zone is going to continue to bring on through as our teams continue to look to make their way across the battlefield. Again, a very, very challenging play to come through. This time around, at least the team's having a lot more land to work with. So at least I think we are going to be hearing a bit of an inaudible sigh of relief, right? As the teams go like, you know what? Whew. All right, it could have been worse. It could have been worse. It's fine. It's fine. We'll take it, and we'll see what we can make happen with it. Of course, RUKH Esports, they are not going to be complaining about anything, right? They find themselves smack dab center zone in a position in which they are, you know, quite comfortable. Of course, out all the way up in towards Savoni. That's going to be clear vision. Also going to be looking to maybe push up from that far southern edge. Let's see just how deep they intend to rotate up. I mean, if they're a little bit preemptive with those rotations, they're going to have far less to worry about from those later few stages, right? As they will already have cleared their way on through, locking in that position up in towards the zone, regardless of what it throws at them. 77k though, they're not going to have that luxury just yet. There are several teams between them and the safety of that zone. But the sooner they react, the higher their probability is of securing themselves a decent positioning coming in towards this first initial phase of Erangel. Arab Golden reoccupying that far eastern side, holding between Kameshki, Stolber, a little bit further down to the southern edge of that zone. Plus 18 though, they're going to be making their play, starting to push on up. Mo Esports a little bit behind plus 18, situated down here in towards Lipovka. And this is one of the few instances where you can say Lipovka is towards the southern edge of zone. I mean, this is still just only the first phase. But with about 30% of that zone being water, the teams are going to be a little bit more calculated with regards to those positionings. And meanwhile, also Black, they don't have to stress all that much, as they do have quite a bit of an uncontested rotational pathway moving forward in towards the zone. But again, right, they got to take that with a grain of salt, because if they push too far into that center zone, they are going to be running straight into RUKH Esports. Alright, XENON, they've been able to venture in quite successfully. Surprised to see them actually not pushing all the way up in towards shooting range. Or at least those hills just towards the north of shooting range. Speaking about hills, that is what we have right here between +18 and Arab Golden. Mo Esports also just sneaking their way on through. We could potentially have a bit of that smash team action locking in behind them, but now it's going to be +18. Seeing that things do look quite vacant here, and this is a good setup going through now for Timon. Let's see if Arab Golden are going to be able to capitalize on the available opportunity. +18, though sitting with an average of 3 eliminations. Timon now going to be looking to play the upset as they hop right to it. But the rest of Arab Golden are going to be slowly rotating up just yet. So Timon making a little bit of a risky play here, right? Not having that security, that safety net to fall back into. But this is going to be that full push coming through from +18. I mean, supercars available. Why use your feet? You can just ride your way on through all the way to the back, trying to get the jump on in. Right, so that is the first straight now coming through. At least Arab Golden now managing to mount a bit of an assault, a bit of a play, but it's going to be E-Flex flying on through. Tommy gun in hand. Oh, down they go. Hazam coming through with the shotties. Quick response there from XENON as well, but it's going to be Smash Team pushing in from that southern edge, looking to find a little bit of third-party opportunity. And this is where the tables now get turned on +18 as they get swept under the rug. And out they go, 1 elimination to their name. Oh, this could have gone in so many different ways. But unfortunately, well, there's only one way out for +18. Meanwhile, Arab Golden still going to be holding on. Down to a 2-piece. That, of course, being if the res can be secured up on towards Mason. But with Smash now rotating up, I think Neutron is not going to have that opportunity to do that. Instead, they are going to be focusing on zone positioning, maybe venturing a little bit further to the west. But as you can see, a plethora of teams just positioned up ahead. That is not going to be an easy position to try and find. Ooh, RUKH Esports though, finding themselves a little bit of XENON. Lazy Boy Marshall already dropped to their knees, but a G now trying to fight it out. Ooh! A quick nade! And that is all that RUKH Esports now need to lock in the final few plays. For sure, with a beautiful defensive strat being held there. Right, so RUKH now just locking the situation down in the center. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Clear Vision and Special fighting it out towards the southern edge. But Clear now getting enveloped by the blue, so they're not going to have too much time here to work with, as they will have to get themselves rotated back into safety. Currently our most southern team, but here we go, Special. They're not going to waste any time. Instead, they are going to be pushing as far up as they can. Also now, Ra'ad and Jack Digger. Oh, from Mardo. Coming through with a beautiful play. 77k going to be hanging in the wing, but that is Ra'ad out in 14th. Jack Digger stepping up with 2 eliminations so far. See if 77k can get the jump in. Folks now relaying a little bit of that information across the way. Thor now just trying to spray it all down. Ooh, from Mar. Getting pushed back up to the top floor. And this is now going to be go time for 77k. Having only 3 points come through from the previous match, they now find themselves sitting on 4 eliminations, doubling down on the efforts that they saw over on Miramar. So great play so far for 77k. But of course, they still have a long, long way to go. Still going to be holding on to the edge of zone. And meanwhile, closer towards the southern side, it is going to be Castle Black and Vampires laying on the pressure towards Greedy. Virtual Gaming Squad also now rotating up with the players there from Clear Vision, just a little bit further south from where we are right now. Oh, but here we go, hopping straight to it. As Focus gets picked up there by Fares. One shot, Vito Van Kid. SVV. Was that 1VV? Yes, 1VV. I'm gonna be looking to make a bit of a stand. Fares has been performing quite well throughout this week. Let's see if they can lock in another impressive play. Good nade across the corner. Oh, cheeky trade. Fares locks it in and gets the job done. Virtual Gaming Squad not going to be backing off just yet. Instead, they are going to be looking to contest. Clear Vision for possession of the southern edge. But of course, once they clear that, right, they still have to move forward. And that is where GREEDYFORKILLS are going to be lying in wait. So again, the pressure continues to build. And Kid now trying to play a bit of reach here. Ooh, unfortunately, Greedy are going to be playing the upset. Now it's going to be Virtual Gaming Squad heading for the hills, but a quick spray down there from Hemo. And Toxin just whips them right out of that vehicle. Really stopping the plays now for Virtual Gaming Squad. So it's going to be now solely relying on Fares to see if they can hold on. They are so low on health. Are going to have to try and get themselves patched up. But of course, the easy clap coming through here from NASA is going to spell a little bit of disaster. At least for the side here of Virtual Gaming Squad. Now with Vito moving in as well, things are not getting any easier. Down goes NASA, really looking to alleviate quite a bit of pressure. This is where I believe that Virtual Gaming Squad are going to be thanking the side there of Castle Black. They've really helped them out, unknowingly. Of course, now the zone is going to pop as well. Let's see where they're taking us. Ooh. Alright, pulling back onto the dry land. So Vito now going to be rotating right up into the midst there of 77k with Van Kid. Could be a little bit of a risky play indeed. RUKH Esports now presented with a bit of an opportunity. Right, they can look to bring in that dominance yet again. Looking to see if they can get the edge of zone under their control. I mean, in the previous match, they were only able to find themselves 1 elimination. Currently sitting on 4, so they've already upped the ante. But of course, taking into consideration that the first match was an absolute disaster of a zone shift. Speaking about disasters, that is exactly what 77k are experiencing here. They are down to 1. It's going to be up to Thor, but of course now RUKH Esports going to be looking to swing on in onto the world of battle. Coming through with a bit of range, a bit of pressure. Now with Eugene pushing up as well. Trying to improve that angle. This is going to be allowing for quite a bit of a pressure play now onto the world of battle. Team Rami though getting the knock secured. Eugene in position. Thor going to be having a bit of a swim towards that northern side. So Thor also needs to be very, very careful as to how they approach the zone. Same can be said here for Clear Vision. That is now Arthur coming through. Got a bit of their own contribution to the carnage. But a good play, though, being made on towards Eugene. That definitely does ease up things quite a bit here. Especially looking at the World of Battle. Just gotta love how these teams are able to turn the situation around. First, it was World of Battle feeling the pressure coming through from RUKH. Now, they turn the pressure back onto RUKH. Clear Vision are also getting swept under the rug. Out they go. One elimination is all they'll have as they go out in 12th place. World of Battle and a great opportunity here. Definitely making RUKH Esports now double think that initial push. But of course, look at this. Nice little bit of a loot crate coming through. Meanwhile, also just up on the hill, Vampires and Castle Black. Ooh, has it though? Good play, good angle, finds yet another one. That is Ahmed down. Oh, let's see whether or not Faker is going to be able to pull this one off. Quite a bit of pre-fire as Hazard now dips out the window, looking to push in from below. Good, quick reaction there. But this is now the golden opportunity for Hazard to get the final hit, the final say. Oh, you gotta watch out though, you gotta watch out. But meanwhile, we do say goodbye to Greedy as they will fall in 11th. Now comes the opportunity. It could still swing either which way between Faker here and Hazard down below. Oh, Faker with the AK. There we go. Good play. Vampires. Out they go. So yesterday we saw the Vampires fighting in the building. They had a pretty good run right here on Erangel. But unfortunately, right, I think it's something to do with the UV rays out towards the northern edge of the zone. Not really going to be working out in their favor. Hey, but look at this. MEA Esports still in it. Yesterday we did see them finish all the way up in that second place. Are they going to be looking to push it even further? No, it's going to be YC. Experiencing a little bit of that attention coming through here from Black Last. A very spread out position also being held here by Smash as they look to leverage the angles down on towards Mora. Hainsley very low on health. As Pedro gets picked up. 3 still remain. Ooh, scratch that. Make it potentially 2. As the blue zone has also now caught up with them. So it's now solely reliant on Elise here to see whether or not they can carry the name, the honor forward. But, well, as we can see, of course, that is not going to be the play. Smash has dealt with them. And off they go. Easy, still alive. Going to be holding just towards that southern side. But up comes to play the push. Oh, come on, come on. Black Lost trying to lock in on target. But fortunately, those trees, those pesky trees get in the way. The Virtual Gaming Squad, Ferez, as well as Neutron. Also going to be relying on the southern edge of zone for a little bit of that safety. Meanwhile, Special Esports. They will get locked up. Ooh, Arab Golden also going to be falling. Down they go in 8th. And let's see what the final 7 can do here. Thor going to be waiting in the grass. Enjoying the region, the World of Battle. Also going to be holding on to a bit of an angle here. But again, no one really showing any major dominance just yet. RUKH, they are sitting on 8 eliminations. Smash holding on to 7. And both teams find themselves towards that southern edge of the zone as we anticipate our next hot incoming drop. Where's it going to take us though? Where is that shift going to go? Also Black. Ooh. Feel the heat. As you can see, Faker also just trying to survive. We did say goodbye to MEA Esports as well. So RUKH Esports and the World of Battle, those are the two predicted teams to take the clutch, to take that winner chicken dinner. RUKH now still having to make up that ground, as they will have to push. But looking at the zone, it's not going to be too much of a problem for them currently moving in. They've got quite a few ridge lines still to try and use as they take their approach. The World of Battle still holding on to that hard cover as they do find 7 Reef, making things exceptionally difficult now. Especially looking at the side of Smash. Meanwhile, Virtual Gaming, they will also then bid their farewells as we move into our final 5 teams. Getting ready to fight it out for the winner chicken dinner on the first Erangel of the day. Castle Black also getting wrapped up. Alright, so the World of Battle now trying to assert themselves in what is left of the zone. Holding on to that 2-2 split, but the knock has come through as Hazem has been dropped. Now it's going to be Thor. Ooh, looking to play a bit of upset. Very risky play coming through here from Krona, but the jump shot is in. Ooh, there we go. Krona gets the job done. That is 77k now right out of there. RUKH Esports also now descending down upon Smash. We are down to our final 3 teams. Looking to fight for possession here. A lot of trades, a lot of trades. Oh, Smash! Oh, trying to play something, but unfortunately, RUKH Esports having none of that. And now RUKH, they find themselves sat on a very comfortable 12 eliminations, double that of which the World of Battle has been able to secure. But this is not going to deter the World of Battle from trying to lock it down as they do send out quite a few nades, looking to reach all the way across, trying to pinch them down. Up comes the push. Arthur finds Eugene. Oh, but Default makes them regret that choice. Now it's going to be Busher coming through for a bit of a response. Muhammad trying to pop in a few nades here. But RUKH now down to 3. Find themselves in a bit of a situation. Let's see whether or not the World of Battle can actually get the jump in. All they need is a few well-placed nades, and that could be the business end of that winner chicken dinner. Oh, Krona. Oh, out in the open. Busher looking to close it up. They do get the play. Now it is down to Hazem. Oh, no. No. Yeah, there we go. That is going to be RUKH Esports stepping up with that chicken. As they will go uncontested, at least in this match. Locking in a very dominating play. Walking away with 16 eliminations to their name. 18-23 with regards to damage, surviving. Grand total of just over 23 minutes. So a very, very healthy dose of action coming through there from RUKH Esports, if you don't mind me saying. You gotta love what these teams are bringing to the battlefield. So much excitement. But yeah, as we have it, a very surprising play going through from RUKH. I mean, not an immense amount of damage being dealt, but still able to find themselves quite a few of those eliminations as well. So it means either they were super efficient with their sprays, or they were very selective as to where they chose to fight. But a very interesting one indeed, of course. Well, it is highlights time. Well, there we go. There we go. Some exciting highlights coming through from that one. I mean, RUKH Esports locking in 16 eliminations. A very, very healthy dose of aggression coming through from them as well. But now we got to see what the rest of the teams did. I mean, we did see the World of Battle making it at least to the end, right? Smash team also holding all the way through to the very, very end. But from what I can see, there's one team in a bit of an unfortunate position, right? They had a bit of tough luck rotating through this past match over on Erangel. But we are going to be hopping into those points to see exactly where the teams find themselves, what that point situation is. And of course, here we go, taking a look at it. 26 points coming through for RUKH Esports with a lovely, amazing, comfortable 16 elimination chicken. Then, of course, 7 elims going to both the World of Battle and Smash team, putting them in on 13 and 12 points, respectively. But as we can see, right, things start to drop off a little bit. Moving on from there, GREEDYFORKILLS coming through with those 5 eliminations. Then we got 477 and Castle Black, as well as Special Esports. Golden still locking in a few of those placement points, but as we venture down, it's going to be XENON, the only team to take a stop over at the Donut Shop. I mean, sometimes that's all you need, right? That is all you need. So a very, very good run coming through here. A very exciting one. At least a lot more of a kinder zone coming through. Not as punishing as the one that we had all the way back in our first match of the day. But I gotta say, for RUKH Esports, I mean, this play that we just saw come through from them over on Erangel, adding that to Miramar, does put them on 28 points for the day, right? Putting them right up in pole position. So a healthy dose of points coming through. But of course, then FALCONS White following very hard on their heels. But as we know, FALCONS, Blackhand, they weren't playing this match. They are going to be joining us as we step over into match number 3. But that is also going to be a bit of a break then for our players in Group C. But we'll talk more about that in a short moment. Of course, the World of Battle picking up 21-49. So an immense amount of damage being done there by them. Unfortunately, only finding themselves 7 eliminations. RUKH Esports holding on to a very strong conversion rate. 1823 and finding 16 eliminations out of that. That is as efficient as you can get it, just about. So well played to them. Of course, Smash also locking in quite a bit of a spray, coming through with that 1400 damage. So a very, very healthy dose of aggression being shown there by the side of RUKH Esports. And of course, then Smash team, as well as the players coming through from the World of Battle. But we got to see how all of that is going to translate back into Miramar, because that is where we're going to be heading towards next, right? So we've had Miramar, Erangel, and then of course, well, be heading right back into Miramar yet again. The nerfed RUKH still winning. I don't exactly think they nerfed, but sure. As you can take a look at the damage here, it is going to be 1800 versus 1400 coming through between that first and third place. Of course, still both teams securing themselves a decent amount of elimination. Smash was 7, really smashing it out of the park, right? You gotta love all the action that they are bringing through here, indeed. But again, we want to see how that is going to translate. Yeah, we want to see indeed how that is going to translate all the way across the way. Of course, so let's take a look at the stats. It is going to be RUKH Esports. It's going to be Pusher walking away with 8 eliminations. Rami and Eugene, they're coming through with their representation as well. Rami, though, managing to take the least amount of damage. So a very good amount of survivability coming through there from RUKH Esports. I mean, the highest damage that we see one person receiving will, of course, being Eugene, taking 400 damage. The rest of the team, I mean, just in the very low numbers. So a very, very good run coming through here from RUKH Esports. But as we are going to be prepping ourselves to step back out on towards Miramar, we can take a bit of a look as to what we could be expecting to see with the addition of FALCONS White and Blackhand now joining us back out on that battlefield. Of course, speaking about the teams, let's take a look at the points here. As we can see it, of course, then it is FALCONS White now holding on to pole position with regards to the standings. Going through with a comfortable angle indeed. All the way up at the very, very top. But the few shifts that we've seen, right? RUKH Esports are climbing up into second place, essentially swapping places with Clear Vision. Definitely going to be trying to close up that gap. Special also then jumping up into 6th, again swapping places with XENON. And that is about the only changes that we have on this page. Moving on to the second one, we can see Greedy and the World of Battle also now with a beautiful upward trend. Both teams climbing up a slot. Ra'ad, as a result, now being moved all the way down into 12th position. Same can be said there for 77k, and Arab Golden also each climbing up a position. But, well, we also then have a bit of moves happening over on towards that last little stretch of the page. And that is going to be the players then from Smash Team. Smashing a few slots along the way. Coming all the way up into 17th place. A 3-slot jump all the way from 20th. So that is the kind of performance that we want to see come through here, right? Teams continuing to bring in the surprises to see if they can maintain a consistent push, a consistent climb, because, well, consistency is key. This is the point of league. But as we know, the race still stands for the top 12. We can see it now really starting to tighten up. RUKH currently sat all the way in 12th position with 89 points. The players there from the World of Battle also then sat on 89 points. But there's only 11 points separating 77k from that 12th position. So I expect them, especially moving into these next few matches, to try and step it up. Because as we know, 77k, they've proved themselves all the way back in the previous phase, all the way in the previous season, showing that they are a team that can really deliver when it comes to those performances. But we've not yet seen too much of that happening in this phase. Right, phase number 1, 78 points. That's all they've been able to find so far. Not a single winner with a chicken dinner. So we want to see where that is going to be going to. But of course, well, be sure to share your thoughts over on social media. You can, of course, include the hashtag there, PMPL Africa. When you let us know, you can hit us up on Facebook, YouTube, as well as on TikTok. So be sure to pop in that hashtag as we prep ourselves to head into, well, our third match. Of course, time flies when you're having fun, or what's the other way? Time's fun when you're having flies, right? So we are going to be heading right back into the desert to play our final Miramar for this phase. And we are going to be looking to see exactly what these performances are going to be bringing in. And of course, let's take a look at a bit of the stats here to give us an idea as to what we could be expecting. Of course, match number 3, Group D, they are going to be joining us on the battlefield. Group C, they are going to be sitting it out, right? So there won't be a chance for Castle Black, RUKH Esports, Smash Team, or XENON to defend their position, at least not a Miramar. But this now, again, gives the opportunity to the teams like Blackhand, FALCONS White, Superpower, as well as Wave to come in with a bit of a setup, right? So FALCONS White, Blackhand, the two top performing teams when it comes to Miramar. FALCONS sitting on 104 points, whereas Blackhand are sitting on 86. But Blackhand is our most aggressive team, right? They've already secured themselves 57 eliminations over the past 7 Miramars that they've been able to play. So let's see whether or not that is going to translate into a little bit of magic for them. Is this going to be the opportunity for them now to lock in yet another winner chicken dinner? They've already found 2. Are they going to look to contest Blackhand for those 3 chickens? We don't quite know. Of course, teams like Special Esports, RUKH, they're also yet to find their chickens here. Same can be said for the Vampires. But as we know, well, the Vampires, they don't exactly enjoy all too much of that sun. In the meanwhile, let's hop straight into it to see what our teams are going to be bringing through. Alright, so nice zone going to be starting us off. Coming in from Impala, heading all the way up to La Cobreria. Now we need to see what that zone is going to be doing as well. So if you've got any predictions with regards to zone, I think now would be a good time to let them loose. You think we are going to be looking at another crazy southern shift? Centering up on Los Higos? Or is it going to go anywhere else but south? Tell me your predictions in the chat. In the meanwhile, let's see exactly what the zone is going to be doing. The flight path is about to end. You can see Morteza on 77k now heading down in towards Puerto. Special and +18. Looking to get themselves situated up in towards Los Leones. Ooh, alright. A nice northern zone is going to be blessing us through this match. FALCONS already well situated there, but they're of course going to be heading a little bit further towards the western side, over in towards the trailer park. Southwest prediction. I mean, you were right with the west part, but not the other part. It's the northwest instead of southwest. Still a decent zone here. I mean, anything is better than a zone centering up on Los Higos. So I'm pretty sure the teams are going to be quite relieved with that. The support now coming out here for RUKH as well as the FALCONS. So if you want to shout out your team, now would be a good time to do it. RUKH, clear vision, also finding themselves in a little bit of hot water. Arab Golden and Wave down in the crater. This could be a nice start to the aggression as well. Let's see who's going to be the one to pick it up. Ooh, well, the first few hits now coming through from Mason. Mason out here making some noise. But a good spread currently being held here by Arab Golden, at least onto the one half of Wave, right? Because Zazal and Gaddafi positioned down below. Petrox and RUKH are going to be looking to move it in. But yes, so Group C are going to be sitting it out. Castle Black, RUKH Esports, Smash Team, and XENON. Well, we welcome Group D back onto the battlefield. Still a lot that can happen here. Wave definitely changing up the usual drop. Right, we used to see them drop very hard there with the World of Battle, but ever since day 3, Wave has looked to change up that location. Looking to find a bit of a different position to play through. Meanwhile, Ra'ad holding on to Monte Nuevo, but now starting to expand northwards. They are going to be looking to dip their toes just in towards the zone. We do see Reno also holding very far south, but I mean, based on the spread and the fact that Fevo can lock in that spray over this range without a single scope on, I mean, iron sighting it. Wow. That is a very good spray coming through from Fevo. If it was me standing there, well, one shot would still be in this match. It wouldn't even have been knocked on down, so well played to Ra'ad. First elimination, the first blood. Well, not exactly the first blood, the second blood. The second blood has been drawn. Arab Golden now feeling even more that heat as Wave starts to move on in. RUKH, Petrox coming in to bring with them a bit of that fortification. But this is going to be putting Arab Golden now in a bit of a sticky situation. Let's see whether or not Arab are going to be able to defend the crater here. I mean, Neutron taking good position. But again, what's the play going to be here? What's the plan going to be? Especially now with Mason up on the roof. It's not going to take much for them to get spotted out. But fortunately, they do find Gaddafi first. Both sides now down to 3. Let's see who's going to be bringing in the next bit of an upset as Petrox locks it in. Winchester, who needs a fancy weapon where you can just do it old school. These are also getting a little bit cheeky there with the spray down onto Neutron. With the Uzi, again, quite a bit of reach. So Arab Golden already now down to only a duo. So this is going to be putting a bit of pressure now onto Timon here and Mason. Oh, but this could be it. This could be it. Wave now getting ready for a bit of a rush. They're going to be looking to clear out the building. Of course, they do have Zazal coming through on Overwatch. Oh, the rush is in. Oh, RUKH switching to the AK. AK just absolutely devastating at close range. So let's see, are they going to look to play cleanup? Are they going to find Timon and send Arab Golden packing? Meanwhile, the rest of the lobby will continue to push. As they are going to be situating themselves all the way up in towards center. Falcons again with a little bit of a reserve player towards that eastern side. Again, not going to be full standing it up. Oh, Zizal playing a dangerous game. But now they've been able to identify the exact whereabouts of Timon. So here goes the play. Let's see whether or not Timon can clutch this one out. Gonna talk about some pretty high stakes. This is exactly what Timon is gonna be experiencing. But Wave already well positioned with regards to that leaderboard, of course. Coming into this match, they had 116 points. So they are going to be trying to climb their way up into the top 5. Ooh. Arab Golden still going to be fighting to see if they can maybe inch their way closer to the top 12. But elimination, 1 point is not going to be making too much of a difference. But sitting with 4, that could definitely change up the proceedings here. Currently trailing by about 15 points. Of course, this is excluding the current points that they have on the board. Oh, yep, that is it. Clear vision. Out they go. 16th place with only 1 point to their name. Wave, in the meanwhile, now sitting with a comfortable 4. That puts them pretty much on par with XENON and Special Esports. The meanwhile, it's going to be the Vampires. Again, just finding themselves on the very edge of the zone. Not quite sure if they are going to be able to follow through as far as they want to. But we'll see very, very soon. Moise. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really a betting man, right? So, well, you can have all the fun you want. Abib saying Black Hand. Oh, today 3 winner chicken that is going to Alpha 7. Nice. That's a very impressive play. I mean, Falcons White are currently sitting on 4. But that is over the past 5 days. Right, they've also secured themselves that that 1 winner chicken dinner already today. Back in match number 1. Let's see whether or not they can look to replicate those efforts. In the meanwhile, it's going to be MEA Esports trying to find their way. See if they can maybe find a bit of an angle to play at here. But they are going up against the side of Hand. So that might be a bit of a bold move. It might be a very, very bold move. But they are holding on to good angles though. But Easy is going to be risking it. Oh. That's playing with fire, Easy. That's playing with fire. Black Hand could potentially severely punish them for it. Oh, you're saying... Okay, you're saying that you predict that Alpha 7 are going to be finding 3 winner chicken dinners. Alright. That's a bold statement to make. I mean, especially looking at the competition, it's going to be a pretty tough play. But let's see. Maybe it will be... Who knows, right? Only one way to find out. And meanwhile, let's see now what Hand will have in store for MEA Esports as we also wait patiently to see what that zone is going to be bringing on through. +18 and Falcons up towards the north. I still want to see an Oasis zone, but we're not going to get it. As the zone now pulls over towards the eastern side. Allowing Jack Digger to really utilize the available space they have. Ooh. 77k and Greedy having a bit of an altercation there. As you can see, 77k with a knock on board. They have found a play then onto the side of Greedy. +18, again, not having to rotate all too far to get themselves situated. The same can be said there for Black Hand, but look at Fajita and A9Q. So NASA at least managing to evade that vehicle explosion, but they can't evade the spray down As Fajita locks in on the heat. Up comes the push now from Morteza. Easy claps. Quick little bit of that duck. And that is Nasa down. Hemo, Desha. A bit of an uncomfortable position here. Let's see how they're going to wiggle themselves out of this one. I mean, if they move south, I'm not quite sure they're going to survive. If they head east, if they head west, also they have teams sat right there. So curious to see what is going to come through. Whether or not they're going to be able to survive. In the meanwhile, it's going to be easy now found as +18 starts to wrap around them. Super Power also feeling the heat as Raad jumps out of the oven, kicking the door open and just letting the flames engulf the side of Superpower. Superpower now reliant on Unab. Fortunately for them, Zuxi not having the clearest angle on that spray just yet, but it's not going to stop them as the shots will continue to find their way on in. But Superpower could also now be rotating up right ahead of Clear Vision. So that is going to be allowing for a bit of action to come through now from Focus and VanKid. In the meanwhile, +18 still trying rather to gatekeep. But instead of Mo Esports, they found themselves now occupied with the Falcons white squad. Ooh. Pedro getting spotted. Eliseo and Hansley now having to pick up the pieces here. Storm trying to squeeze that supercar through the wall, but it's not going to fit. It's not exactly the right size. Petrox from Wave also going to be bidding their farewells. Off they go. So Wave Esports now locked in on 120 points. 17 matches down. Nice shift coming through from zone, pulling over towards that western side. So +18 Falcons now having to find their next position to move into. But it's also going to be go time now, especially looking at Greedy. Out comes the blade though from Blackhand, rushing over on towards Hainsley. Oh, he gets surprised from behind as Koa comes through with a very bad knock-knock joke. And that is Mo Esports now down to their final two contenders. Pedro trying to lock it in. Oh, Pedro locks it in on Koa. There we go. Oh, but it's short-lived as Keme ends it right for them. Mo Esports though out in 12th place. At least walking away with that elimination to their name. So not exactly an uneventful play coming through from Mo. You know, points to point at the end of the day. Black Hand. We're looking to just regroup down in the safety of the hard cover. Of course, you got to watch out for the angles here by the Falcons. They are going to be looking to swoop in from on high. Oh, Mazzaro dodging lead all over the place. Oh, VanKid actually picking up the trade, and Keme brings through the response. Now it's going to be Jack Digger way off in the distance, while 77k and +18 get down to business. What a good trade coming through here. Oh, there we go, Burks. Oh, down they go. A9Q. $77k, trying all they can, but unfortunately, they will have to settle for 11th. Jack Digger still in it. Oh, but down goes Perks. The world of battle now springing into action. The +18 still finding themselves with a bit of an uphill battle, but the world of battle also at the same time not going to be sticking too long as they are slowly just inching their way a little bit closer towards the center. They have found a bit of a compound to work out of. Let's see, will that provide them with enough footing to make any substantial stands against +18 and potentially even Jack Digger moving through from the side. The Falcons are going to be turning up the heat as they do find Keme. Storm. Oof. The last remaining hopeful now for Blackhand. Things not going exactly according to plan here for Blackhands. Well, not that we know what the plan is. But we can only but assume. Right, in the meanwhile, there's going to be clear vision. Also then being met with a bit of an unfortunate play. But the zone gets ready to pop. Oof, the world of battle. This could be the opportunity now. Special Vampires, Virtual Gaming. Now moving through from that southern edge. But again, not an overly aggressive scent, right? Said it's going to be slow, steady encroach towards the zone. Trying to play it as safe as they can. I mean, Vampires, they're probably going to be looking to utilize water treatment to push on forward. Meanwhile, the Falcons white team. I expect quite a bit of pressure now to come through from the world of battle, looking at that spread that they already have. So it's going to be Krona and Muhammad locked in over towards the western side. Hazem and Arthur focusing over on towards the east. Virtual Gaming Squad also trying a bit of that divide and conquer. They have left Fares all the way back to keep a bit of an angle on towards water treatment, while the other three look to move upwards and onwards. Trying to find a bit of an opportunity here onto Jack Digger. Now, over on the western side, it is Raad and Falcons. The nade though from Zuxi. Oh, the full send's there. The full send is there. Ooh, what a nade. And that is it. Zuxi with a jump shot. And that closes up as we do bid farewell to Falcons. The world of battle now going to be looking to capitalize as they are perched on high. Staring down at the opposition. Raad now secures themselves into the zone. At a very challenging position to play from. +18 now going to be looking to add a little bit of spice here onto the world of battle as well. Well, situation down in water treatment also not looking all too great. Oh, there we go. YC with a slam dunk, and that is Vampires out of here. 8th place, 1 elimination, at least securing themselves 2 points. But now Virtual Gaming Squad still patiently waiting to see if there's a bit of an opportunity. Gonna be somewhat of a risky rotation though. I mean, sure, they could just dip down into the valley, sneak on through while Jack Digger is distracted towards the north. The world of battle playing a very good position here. They've been unmovable quite some time. But Falcons now sat very comfortably up on 200 points. Taking quite a bit of a lead. Meanwhile, we do say goodbye to Storm as Raad has stormed the building. And down they go to only Reno. Unless, of course, they can get that res up onto Zuxi and Fivo. But Raad still holding steady with 4 players. So Zuxi now doing quite a bit of hard work. Looking to bring at least the initial part of the team back on their feet. While Reno keeps Overwatch. +18 also now going to be looking to use that opportunity to just creep even further up in towards the zones. We already see a few of those sprays. Again, just reminding the world of battle and Raad that they are not exactly out in the clear just yet. Virtual Gaming Squad now closing up quite a bit of that gap. As they've now come knocking on the door here. Jack Digger, Melas, Fromar, Camper. Gonna have to face off if they want to maintain possession of at least this eastern side. +18 are going to be playing for the north. RUKH going to be playing for the west. The World of Battle locked into center. Special coming through on that southern edge. Let's see where this fight will take us. As Virtual Gaming Squad preps themselves a bit of a push. The World of Battle Virtual Gaming Squad. And then, of course, Jack Digger being our 3 predicted teams. But all the votes, 2 of our 4 votes, leaning towards the side there of World of Battle. Let's see if Jack Digger can hold true. Oh, Fares, hey! Quite a bit of an opposing force there, especially with the AKM in hand. So Virtual Gaming Squad now feeling a little bit more comfortable. Are going to be focusing their efforts to get themselves positioned just up ahead here of Jack Digger. Again, going to be looking to capitalize on a bit of that gatekeep opportunity. Virtual Gaming Squad still going to be holding on to the full 4 stack here. So they are not exactly in the worst position. But so far, with only 1 elimination up, it does complicate things a little bit with regards to the point distribution, right? Let's see if they'll be able to really hit it out of the park. Maybe locking in a few more elims. I mean, you can see there's still 17 other eliminations up for grabs. Same game we said here for the World of Battle. They too can lock in 17 more. As they do find themselves currently sat on only 2 elims. So Special, they've been very quiet on that far southern edge of zone. Not looking to make any big noises. Instead, letting the rest of the teams kind of settle their differences. But they're going to have to spring into action pretty soon. Seeing that the zone is now going to force their hand, they have to start to rotate up. Oh, G-Brood, Ramsey, Whitey, this could be their play. As they have a bit of an angle. Meanwhile, Virtual Gaming Squad going to be feeling that heat as well. Hey, we got Taka Hicham going through on Facebook saying good luck. Yes, the teams need the luck. So thank you so much for that. Thank you for being here. Virtual Gaming Squad now rushing straight up onto Jack Digger. Oh, hey, there we go. That's one way of doing it. Now we are down to our final 5 teams. Hazem not trying to defend against +18. Nagato, though, is going to be finding the trade, just narrowly surviving it. The World of Battle, potentially down to 3. I don't know if that res is going to come through onto Hazem. But up comes the E-Flex as the shots continue to rain on down. Oh, very exposed, very open, very fortunate all at the same time. XENON, though, will be found by the zone. Muhammad getting the play up on towards Dome. Ooh. RUKH now really looking to reinforce that western edge of zone. Going for a beautiful 2-1-1 split. Things now looking quite interesting here for Virtual Gaming Squad. They got Special out on the edge. G-Brute getting found. It's now up to Ramsey and YC. Oh, but they're not going to back out without a bit of action here. Yaforz, though, also getting found. That is +18. Out they go. 5th place is what they'll have to settle with. It's going to be YC now full sending it forward, but instead it is RUKH to steal that elimination from their hands. But Virtual Gaming, they seem to be determined to take control, coming through from that eastern side. Now it's going to be Ramsey found out in the open. This is the opportunity now for RUKH. Playing all the way from the western front. Being quite a bit of a pest to the rest of the teams. The beautiful bounce. But unfortunately doesn't quite find Amjid. Fares holding up that suppressive angle. Mohammed Prona going to be looking to wrap their way around. Rotating back to Arthur, as they know at least there's some kind of safety over there, as they are going to be playing off of bit of that hard cover. RUKH now starting to expand. Looking to push that reach. Reno, Zuxi, Fivo focusing in on the world of battle. They do secure themselves to spray over on towards Arthur. One down, one more to go. As the world of battle slightly split up. Again, not a major split as Muhammad sends out the response. Down goes Reno. It's our final 3 teams. Down to 8 players. RUKH still looking very strong here, coming through with at least 3 players up. I'm not quite sure if they're going to be able to find Reno. But you can be pretty sure about it that Corona and Muhammad are going to be looking to play this one as best they can. Keeping a very close eye on these angles as Zuxi now just reminds them that is not exactly as clear as they thought. But it is Reno down, and now already RUKH up to 13 eliminations. 4 more available to them. Let's see whether or not RUKH is going to be able to find exactly that. Well, the battle doing pretty great here with 6 elims. The virtual gaming squad coming through on 4. But again, while we find ourselves in a bit of a standoff, RUKH having 2 fronts to focus on. The northern side and that eastern side. But looking at RUKH's current positions, I think the eastern side could be quite a bit of a vulnerable angle to them. Oh, virtual gaming squad though. Finding the play. Down goes the world of battle. Corona with a quick response. They do find Amjid. Oh, the follow through is there. All they need now is to find Fares. In fact, it is going to be RUKH now looking to close it up. 1 player standing between them and that winner chicken dinner. It is Fares up against the entirety. The remainder of RUKH. Oh, but there we have it. The final blows are in, and that is it. RUKH walking away victorious as they secure themselves that lovely winner chicken dinner. So what a play indeed, coming through with 17 points on board. 17 eliminations. A hard and sweaty play indeed. 25-61. That is what RUKH have been able to secure in just this match. So a very, very exciting play indeed coming through from RUKH. It was about time, right? We needed to see RUKH step up, claim that winner chicken dinner. Of course, well, that is their first chicken of the day. But as we know, right, aside from chickens, these teams are going to be playing for much, much more other than just those chickens. Of course, looking with regards to the phase, RUKH now also securing their first chicken there. So really well played to RUKH. Of course, well, we are going to be hopping into those highlights very quickly. So let's take a look and remind you of a few of these amazing plays. Well, there we go, there we go. Of course, now some very exciting plays coming through. RUKH really stepping up with such a strong presence in that last match. But again, that is exactly the kind of performance that we want to see. And I mean, day 5, perfect place to do that. Especially if you sat a little bit further up the leaderboard, right? Then it's a good position to go for these more aggressive plays because you can just steadily climb up that leaderboard. Of course, now speaking about the leaderboards, here we go. It is going to be the side of RUKH coming through on a very comfortable 27 points, 17 eliminations. Just upping the ante from which we saw come through in that previous match. Of course, all the way back on number 2, in which we had the players there from RUKH Esports coming through on 16. But again, right? World of Battle, Virtual Gaming Squad, and Special Esports all going to be hitting those double-digit placements, as we have Jack Digger then secured on 7 points in total, but it is going to be one team that will not have the luxury of being blessed with points this time around. Of course, it is going to be Greedy sitting there with nothing but bubbles to their name. It is unfortunate, but it is what it is at the end of the day, right? You gotta have all of it. So Greedy also with an interesting play so far for the day, especially looking with regards to the players there from GREEDYFORKILLS. I mean, they've only been able to secure themselves 5 points so far. I mean, match number 2, match number 3, it's a bit tough, right? But that is kind of what we've expected to see come through in day number 5. Of course, now we are going to be taking a look at our top performers coming through from this past match, as we have it right here. Of course, then it is the players coming through there from RUKH, taking a very dominating position with, again, and Zuxi with their respective plays as well. Again, coming through, though, on 7 eliminations, Zuxi picking up 752. So a very exciting performance then. But I want to see what RUKH is going to be doing with that, of course, as we are going to be stepping into our next match of the day. As you know, match number 4, that is going to be the last play for a team like RUKH. Because they're in Group A, right? So this is going to be the last opportunity, the last chance for them to secure those points, at least with regards to the league matches. But based on their current positioning within the overall rankings, at least for this phase, there's a very good chance that we are going to be seeing them make it through on towards Livik. But of course, it's not over until it's over. Speaking about points, though, we are going to be taking a look at a quick comparison here between RUKH and the World of Battle. I mean, the World of Battle locking in nearly half that of which RUKH has been able to do with regards to the amount of damage they found. And, well, a third, essentially, of what RUKH found in this past match. So a very exciting and such a strong play. But we want to see more of that, right? This is but a taste of what RUKH can do. Also now, just based on this last match, RUKH, at least with regards to their day placement, has been able to already climb up substantially, now up to 32 points. So that has resulted in an 11-slot jump just for the day, right? Not on leaderboards, just for the day. Of course, looking at their stats here, you can see Zuxi leading with regards to the Carnage. Again, coming very, very close to that. Missing out with, like, what, 24? So a very, very close play. Fivo being the master evader there. Only taking a few, though. As you can see, 105 damage received on their end. But a very strong play. We want to see more of that now from RUKH, as we are going to be stepping over into the jungle, right? Match 4, Group B, they're going to be sitting this one out. So let's take a look at what we could potentially have happen in this next match. FALCONS still secured on a lovely 200 pointers. Of course, then RUKH Esports coming through with, well, 158. So that's 42 points difference. Virtual Gaming Squad now squeezing up into that 3rd place. Of course, changing places with clear vision. Same can be said between Special and Black Hand. Also just trading places. XENON, Wave still locked into exactly the position. But of course, now we need to see what that second page is going to be bringing through as well, right? It is going to be no change, though, for the World of Battle. RUKH jumping up 3 slots all the way into 9th place. So just ensuring at least their position moving into the top 12. As you can see then, talking about the contention for top 12, it's going to be Greedy now being the gatekeepers there with 91 points. 80 is going to be the chasing amount of points there. So 11 difference between 77k and Greedy. But moving into this next match, this is going to be that last opportunity for 77k to try and accomplish that goal, to see if they can get themselves secured up into the top 12 for this phase. I mean, they are trailing by 11 points. Now, that is not the biggest trail that we've seen, right? 11 points on a map like Sanhok, it's achievable. It's going to take a little bit of focus. It's going to take a little bit of work. But as we know, 77k being who they are, they will definitely be possible, or definitely be capable, rather, of pulling off such an achievement. So excited to see whether or not they are going to be doing exactly that, of course, as we know, right? This is going to be their last match, but it's not the last match of League, because we still have to go back to Erangel to play match number 5 before we get over onto Livik. So there could still be several changes coming through here. But for 77k, Jack Digger, RUKH, as well as Vampires, this is going to be their last opportunity to try and secure themselves with regards to that leaderboard. So Vampires trading currently with 20 points. If they play an amazing match, they could maybe look to change it up, but then it's still going to be quite reliant on what happens in the last game, right? So I think the highest probability is probably going to be reliant on the side of 77k to see if they can actually look to close that gap, but they are going to be going toe-to-toe with Greedy, and Greedy, they're going to be playing this match and the last one, seeing that they're in Group E. So they play all the way from match 2 to 5. So, you know, yeah, Greedy, they have a great chance now to not only secure themselves at least in that 12th position, but also even further up those standings. And of course, in doing so, they do acquire even more bonus points. So it is going to be exciting to see exactly what our teams are going to be bringing through as we head into match number 4. Of course, a little bit of the rumble in the jungle is exactly what the doctors ordered. Now, from what I can see, the plane is prepped and ready to roll. So if you got any predictions as to what you think the zone is going to be bringing in, be sure to let me know down in the chat as we wait for that flight path now to be revealed. And of course, well, we're not going to have to wait too much longer as we jump straight into it. I don't know about you, but these jams just sound so dirty. I like it. Speaking about dirty, the zone definitely not dirty, right? It's a nice, decent spread going through here for the zone itself. They're going to show us exactly what they can bring on in. Let's see where that zone is going to be popping, though. We do have a little bit of action coming through into boot camp. As you can see, Superpower and Virtual Gaming Squad. Ooh. Jack Digger and Black Hand up towards that northwestern side. So getting into a little bit of action. We've got Greedy and Smash heading right down into Paradise. So essentially now 2 points of contention remain. Clear vision, though, taking a very wide spread. Not quite sure what focus is going at. Ooh. Virtual Gaming Squad now already getting several knocks being delivered to their door. RUKH is here as well. Well, who would have known? Well, that is going to be RUKH already losing 2 players. In fact, actually 3. Now it's up to again to see if they can clutch it. Never mind. Down they go. Good try, though. RUKH getting sent out with 1 elimination. Habib Moise, I have to get permission for that. That's the thing about a wench party. Red Eyes can attest, can give testimony to that. You need permissions, but we'll see if we can get permission for that. In the meanwhile, let's see what Superpower and Virtual Gaming Squad are going to be looking to do here. Fares, oh, in the forest now. The concrete forest as they are about to get rushed. Up comes White Boy looking to close it in. Yeah, I mean M249 running around the corner. It's really tough to avoid that. I mean, it only goes one way, right? In the meanwhile, let's see what is going to happen up here in Paradise. As we got Greedy and Smash. Toxin keeping it nice and quiet. He's going to be out here, patiently waiting to see if Smash is going to rush it. Dalhop. Ooh, this could be a good angle, though, coming through from Greedy. Ooh, never mind, never mind. Here we go. Oh, the play is coming through. Ilias. And we can see if they can secure a bit of a spray. Toxin being very toxic. That UMP, absolutely devastating. Ilias, oh, 1-2. S12K doing its thing, but Toxin on fire. As they look to close it up. Yep, there we have it. Full on clutch coming through from Toxin. Dalhop managing to bring in that play. But what an angle, though. Holy goodness. So Smash Team already down. RUKH down. Virtual Gaming Squad down with 4. So very exciting play. So Virtual Gaming Squad finding RUKH. And then it was Superpower to overpower them. And down they went. Now let's see whether or not Wave are going to be looking to see what's going on here. Shomu, you should set a reminder. Right. Tuesday, Wednesday, and then Friday to Sunday. Exactly the same time. No, Shomu, you came on here to watch PMPL Africa. And don't worry, you're not late. We just started without you. So don't stress about it. Meanwhile, it's going to be Falcons now with a very comfortable position over into Ruins. Now they're going to have to rotate up. Essentially, on their way towards the zone, it's going to be a very comfortable play indeed. But not quite sure where exactly they are going to be opting to get themselves allocated. And meanwhile, it's going to be the Vampires and Clear Vision. Oh. Starting with a bit of carnage. Focus trying to reach in a little bit with that nade. Not exactly finding the exact position they were hoping for. But it does at least push the Vampires back quite a bit. As they now double down around. Well, Shumu, at least the days that I mentioned now is relevant for this week and next week. After week 2, we are going to be taking a week break, and then we'll be back in the week thereafter with the third and the final week. Oh, Del Hop though, getting knocked right on down, knocked and packed and shipped the heck out of here. But let's see if Toxin is going to be looking to play even more of a bit of an angle. Proving to be quite a bit of a menace, right? Quite a bit of a menace. The Falcons now out there sipping on some blue juice. The same for Black Hand. Jack Digger, as you can see, almost about to make their entry up in towards the zone. The rest of the lobby, or well, rather what is left of the rest of the lobby, already secured within that zone. So XENON and Greedy, just on the outskirts there of Paradise, could get down to business. You got RUKH Esports also then just hanging in the wing. Let's see where that zone is going to be taking us and how these teams are going to be looking to respond. Oh, nice center up coming through there. So at least it's good to know that Sanhok is only aggressive with that first initial shift, right? After that, it quiets down quite a bit. So let's see how the teams are going to respond to this one. Where are they going to look to go? Where's the upsets going to come from? Things now very quiet here for XENON. Sneaking their way on through. It's a special Esports. Actually our strongest team when it comes to this match. But as we know, they're not here right now. They've been able to find themselves 23 eliminations. And 17 placement points, right? Second strongest team is going to be the side of Clear Vision. But they've not yet had the luxury of a bit of a winner-winner chicken dinner. Right, also going through with a good representation. But let's see how they're going to be looking to perform. Meanwhile, Arab Golden, a little bit further down the board. They've been able to find themselves about 17 points or so. Castle Black sitting on about double that. Ooh. Alright. No, it's gonna be go time. Arab Golden gonna be looking to climb a bit up the board, as they are gonna be trading with a few points. See the points, of course, to the top of the screen. Gives a bit of an idea as to where these teams are with regards to the top 12. Oh, here we go. The range, though. Clear Vision bringing in the contribution as well. That is Hazem down. Mason having to hold on. Oh, good trade. Good trade. Clear Vision, Castle Black. Just assembling the side there of Arab Golden, but now it's going to be Clear Vision focusing their efforts down onto Castle Black. Castle essentially down to SAFG. Ooh, nice shotty, but that's not going to suffice as Vitor comes through. And down they go. Castle Black out with 2 eliminations to their name. So the fight is still going to be at a hand here for 77k. As well as Greedy, right? Greedy, the defenders of the top 12. 77k. The contenders. Looking to get themselves squeezed up in there. But Greedy all the way up north. Now going up against the side of XENON. As we know, XENON already well secured with regards to those total points. We can see on the edge of the screen. So 15 points currently standing between Greedy and 77k. Or 5 points rather. Yeah, no, 15 points. 15 points. My math failing me there for a quick brief moment. Oh, up comes the nades. XENON could definitely look to close this one up. Greedy, they will have to survive. Oh! Yes, sir. Alright, so whatever Greedy can't accomplish in this match, they still have the last match of the day to try and get themselves up into the top 12. Yep, there we have it. That is Greedy right out of here. 4 eliminations up, and that is all the points that they will be acquiring in this match. So that does now secure them all the way in that 12th position. 95 points. That is it. So 77k. No, and they read what is going on in that feed. Oh, they should have a bit of an idea that there could be an opportunity at hand. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Vampires. The Vampires coming through with a bit of an upset now onto Clear Vision. But Clear Vision not in a position where they have to worry about anything. At least not with regards to the top 12. As coming into this match, they sat on 134 points. Now already adding a few points to that. Does put them up on 139. Right, those eliminations counting in their favor. You can see the Vampires there also then in 16th position. Falcons with a nice steady roll coming in on the eastern edge. They got several teams that could oppose them and maybe bring a halt to that rotation. Psych now just going to be lying down in the valley, patiently awaiting a bit of a move, as that blue zone is going to be closing on through as well. And that will lead us into our next phase. But again, the team's not looking overly aggressive, at least not for the time being. I mean, I say that and then Hand comes rushing straight up into the side here of Superpower. They could really be looking to play quite a bit of an upset. But a good defensive angle being held here. Black Hand now could make it quite difficult, especially looking at Superpower. But again, they gotta watch out for that noise, because if they make too much noise, RUKH Esports are gonna come venturing over that hilltop. The Vampires and 77k. Last two teams alongside Jack Digger here to try and make a difference for their group. But now XENON, out they go, 10th place. Clear vision, wave, ooh. Feeling those flames, they do extend across the way. Clear and already up to 6. Wave, down to Rex. Oh, and down they go. Clear vision, just clearing out that center zone position. Wave Esports not finding a single point, unfortunately. The 77k is still the only team from their group that has a chance now to play for the top 12. Jack starting the match all the way down in 19th position. Vampires starting in 16th. RUKH, I mean, they were already secured up in 9th place leading into this match. But are they going to be safe after the 1st game, though? Superpower going to be locking it in as well. Good play. Down to Mozaro we go. Storm also going to be holding the edge. But a very risky position. 77k, though. They found themselves that one elimination. Morteza, of course, then the one doing the deed. A little bit of a stumble coming through there from Fahita. As Mozaro and Storm locks in on target. A9Q now perched on high. Do we see that follow-up come through? Is there going to be a sufficient response now from 77k? Alright, so the shots continuing to find their way across. Superpower. Trying to make the best out of the situation. They do find Mozaro. It is now down to Storm. Ooh. Who's going to lock it in, though? Unab. Very close to the edge of zone, but they're going to have to release that angle as Black Hand. 2 shall fall. Out they go in 8th place. 4 eliminations to their name. 77k. Are sitting on 2. But they're going to have to finish very, very high up in this match. With a bucket load of points to accompany them as well. If they are going to be looking to contest for that 12th position. Meanwhile, it's going to be Vampires. Looking to be a little bit of a nuisance here. Ooh. Malik, you're going up against Falcons White. Don't risk it just yet. Watch out for the blue zone. Oh, come on, Puncher with the nades. Malik playing a very, very dangerous game right here. But still, the Falcons, Vampires having to get that angle secured in towards the zone. Puncher King us down. Up comes the vehicles now. Oh, there we go. Vampires picking up the momentum, and down goes Falcons. That is 6 eliminations now secured for the Vampires. Just draining the life out of the Falcons. In the meanwhile, Superpower and RUKH Esports going to be holding towards the north. Jack Digger all the way up in Bun, but they will have to move back into the safety of the zone. Superpower now going to be looking to play a bit of a reach here. Great line of sight across the way. You can see them peering all the way towards that far eastern side of the zone. Great trigger discipline coming through from Morteza. Oh, nice play. They do get a 1 shot, 1 down. 2 more to go. So now it's going to be up to Focus. Oh, nice bit of a trap being set up there by Morteza. But of course now making noise is going to alert Vampires as to their position. Focus out in the open. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Morteza with 2 for 2 so far. Going to be looking to see if they can secure the last play on towards Vito. Unfortunately for Clear Vision, they've been able to just inch their way into the safety of zone. Thor can't exactly say the same here, but they are going to look to play that one out. Vampires still going to be holding on to a bit of a position, looking to make as much noise as they can, playing through from within that hard cover. So Malek with a good angle. Up comes Vito yet again. They get spotted. The spray is there. Morteza! Absolutely persistent. But exactly as I said, make too much noise and you're going to draw some unwanted attention heading in your direction. Superpower now going to be dashing forward, but that is going to be RUKH Esports just sealing the fate for Berlin. Down they go. Unab! Waiting to see how far and how long they'll be able to survive. See at the top of the screen, Falcons already up to 203 points. Of course, picking up those 3 points in this match. But we are down to our final few contenders. Jack Digger. If you're looking to pull off that res, RUKH Esports going to be looking to be an absolute pest as they do secure the sprays. And of course now those plays coming through as well. RUKH Esports up to 164. Definitely going to be looking to close up that gap. Already coming through on those 6 eliminations. Vampires also holding on 6. The only 2 teams left with a full squad. Clear Vision, though, sat on 9. So 1 elimination away from hitting them double digits. 77k now looking to spring into action, sending out a bit of that utility, trying to find the Vampires. They do get Ninja Boy. Oh, the follow-up is there. Blazorn does find Hazard. Now it's going to be Thor. Oh, the angles, though. Major upset being played here by the Vampires. But of course now the table's getting turned. Busher sealing that elim, and down goes the Vampires as well. 8 eliminations though going to them. Well played. A very successful run indeed right here on Sanhok. But we are now down to our final 2 teams. Well, the final team, that is going to be RUKH Esports. Securing yet another winner chicken dinner. They got the chicken over on Erangel. Now they get the chicken right here on the lovely Sanhok. So very exciting day so far for RUKH Esports. Of course, being pretty consistent. Being quite a bit of a problem out on that battlefield. Finding 11 eliminations out of only 1048. So a very, very interesting play. Again, being very selective with the aggression, right? So I think it's safe to say that RUKH Esports are really good at taking eliminations away from the opposing teams. A very, very tough angle to be holding. But of course, well, it's replay time. So let's head right into those. Well, so RUKH Esports just added yet again. Second chicken for the day. Securing their first one over on Miramar. Coming through with the second one right here on Erangel. So very, very exciting run indeed coming through for them. But of course now that puts them right at the top of the log. At least with regards to points for the day, right? 49 points in total. 28 eliminations. 21 placement points. Woo! Yeah, that's where it is, right? So at least we know that they've got 20 points based on chickens. That other 1 point coming through from placing either between either 7th or 8th place all the way in between one of those Miramar matches that they played as well. So, yeah, interesting ton of events coming through here. 48 to 49. Total points to winner chicken dinners. RUKH coming in a close second, set on 33 points to their names. So, you know, the competition is there. But let's take a look at our top performers in this match. Of course, it is going to be Porsche then coming through there from RUKH, taking the most eliminations as well as the longest hit, with Vito and Hazard then following in their heels, coming through with the most damage. Of course, Hazard locking in that utility play as well. So very exciting stuff indeed coming through. And of course, the players continuing to bring in these upsets, right? But as we know, you got to see what is going to come through with regards to those points, where these teams find themselves currently with regards to that. As we know, the race is still ongoing to see exactly who's going to be making it up into the top 12. Now, moving into the last match, it was pretty close. But here we go. Taking a look at the points, it is going to be RUKH Esports then securing themselves a lovely 21 pointers. Of course, then Clear Vision and Vampires coming through on 14 and 12 points respectively. Superpower now locked in on 11. Hey. Double digits for the top 4. It is 77k. Only managing to find themselves 6 points. As we know, they needed at least 15 points. So, yeah, let's see whether or not that is going to be enough to secure them that finish. Of course, take a look at the rest of the board. We do have Wave Esports and Smash, unfortunately, finding a way back into the lobby without single point getting delivered to them. But again, right, that is just the way the cookie crumbles. But yeah, the excitement is there, right? We'll take a look at those phase rankings as well to get a bit of an idea as to where these teams find themselves. With regards to the points, has the top 12 been secured? Could there potentially maybe still be a bit of a play being made here? As we know, stepping into the final match of the day, Vampires will still have the opportunity to play that final Erangel. So they could maybe still make a bit of a run. We did see them coming in a little bit earlier, still being quite a few points away from that. As we know, looking at the rest of the teams within that vicinity, this last match was the end of the day for 77k. Jack Digger, RUKH, as well as Vampires. Now, we already saw RUKH being well situated up the board, right, with regards to their points. But of course, first up, we are going to be taking a look at the damage, as we have Clear Vision coming through on 1700, Vampires coming through on 1400, RUKH though, as we saw, right, 11 elims coming out of 1048. Did you miss any Clear Vision action? I mean, well, you can see from what we have on screen right now that the answer to that question might be a potential yes. Right, but again, right, it depends on what you mean. Right, if you'd been here in the last Sanhok, well, that would have come as no surprise to you. But let's see, well, we are just waiting in anticipation to see exactly what the point situation is going to be. So the more important thing that we are going to be looking at is, of course, the top 12, right? Because those are the teams that are going to be moving over into that Livik match. Of course, now it is going to be go time for the points, as we've got, well, the PNGC points currently on screen. So that is what we have. The teams now currently fighting it out for. Of course, 20th position being held there by the players coming through from Smash team. So the Vampires climbing up a little bit. Of course, XENON still sat in 5th place overall. But it's going to be FALCONS White now holding on to 112-point lead. So, yeah. Whether or not we're going to see RUKH Esports potentially looking to close it up, I mean, there is maybe a bit of a chance there. But I think it's safe to say that 77k, I don't think we're going to see them, at least not based on their current performance with regards to this phase, right? 77k coming through on, well, not that many points. It's going to be adding quite a bit of pressure to them, of course, as we did see the points there sitting on 86. So, yeah, I don't quite know where that's going to go. Green saying that Black Hand are going to be getting the last winner chicken dinner of the day, the one heading right over into Erangel. That's going to be our last match indeed. So excited to see who are going to be the ones to step it up. Who's going to be the one to lock it in? Drop your predictions. We already got the first one coming through. As we know, right, match number 5, Group A, they've done. They're not going to be playing anymore. So I think it's safe to say here that at least we know that 77k are not going to be making up into the top 12, as they are sat on 86 points. where the players from GREEDYFORKILLS have 95, and they are still going to be playing this next match. But there is still an opportunity for a team like Vampires to potentially step up, look to see if they can maybe close that gap. Well, not Vampires, of course. The players coming through from +18. Yeah. Yeah, +18. They are going to be stepping back on the battlefield now. So let's see, can they get the job done, right? They have to play quite a bit of a match here. I mean, they are sat on 77 points. The tally needed to make it into the top 12 is going to be 95. So they need 90, they need 96. So essentially about, let's say about 20 points, right? So +18, they will need to get themselves hold of that winner chicken dinner if they want to make it up into the top 12. Now, is that going to be the play? We don't know quite yet. What we do know is that we are going to be stepping over on towards Erangel very soon to see exactly what that flight path and zone is going to be bringing in, where the teams will have to go. If you remember the previous Erangel, the zone went all the way up towards the northern side, resulting in a few interesting positions being held by our teams. Of course, also then that was the exact match that we also then saw the players, I believe, from... I forgot the name now, right? RUKH Esports, there we go. RUKH Esports step up. They claim themselves that winner chicken dinner. So yeah, let's see. Do you think they are going to be claiming yet another chicken? Do you think it could potentially maybe be someone else to step up into contention? Of course, well, we are going to be hopping into Erangel to see exactly what our teams are going to be bringing to the battlefield and whether or not that is going to be the play. So drop your predictions. Curious to hear. I mean, we've not had a lot of predictions in the chat today. I mean, this is day 5. This is the big day. Let me know your thoughts, right? Let me know who do you think is going to be taking the one. I mean, aside from Green saying that Blackhand are going to be locking in the winner chicken dinner, we've not seen those many predictions being dropped here today. So be sure to get them in before we get in onto that flight path and zone, as we've seen quite a few exciting shifts already happening here today. But in the meanwhile, yeah, it is about to be go time, as we are just waiting for the plane now to warm itself up, to get itself ready to go. I want to see what Mo Esports +18 special, and of course the Wall of Battle are going to be bringing to this one. As you remember, the previous Erangel, the Wall of Battle, they finished very, very strong, all the way up in 2nd place. But let's see what they're going to be bringing through into this one. Alright, so the flight path going to be starting us off towards that northern side. A very comfortable play indeed here for RUKH Esports. Pretty sure that they are not going to be complaining about anything here with regards to flight path. Very easy drop right down into their usual position. Let's see whether or not Green's prediction is going to hold true. Alright, so +18 also going to be looking to head a little bit further down south, as they also now just disembark from that aircraft. Seems like they're going for a bit of a spread though. eFlex heading east, while the rest of the team heading to the western side. So could this mean that we are going to be looking at a few hot drops? Potentially, of course. Well, we do have that zone sat all the way down south as well. So definitely an interesting start coming through here. Alright, so App Golden now slightly changing up that trajectory. Just kind of turning their attention back onto Sosnovka. We've got Special as well as Clear Vision held over towards Farm. Ooh, Mo Esports and Greedy all the way up towards School. Oh, Pedro! Looking to get right down to business. Hansley has been found. NASA, oh, it's all about timing, especially in these early stages. Uzi versus UMP. Oh, yeah, NASA gets the spray in though. Down goes Pedro. Alright, so now Mo Esports down to 2 piece. Gonna change up their play a slight little bit here. NASA! Oh, yeah! Don't get too overconfident. Let's see what Easy and Alicio can bring on through. What a great play coming through then. Falcons reached in with a bit of that mini 14 play. Puncher King playing the upset. But it seemed like Mo Esports now are going to be maybe opting to that southern island. I mean, essentially, they could look to play anything at this point. Special and Clear Vision are going to be finding each other over towards that eastern bridge. Here we have it. Van Kid spots Ramsey. As we jump straight to the bridge to see what's going to come through. Oh, one shot is down. Van Kid now in such a difficult position. The pressure is now onto Vito and Focus. See if they can lock this one down. Alright, so slow, steady push coming through here from Clear Vision. Focus and Vito not exactly in the most comfortable position to play off of, especially being a duo. Going up against potential 4Ps coming through then. Ooh, from Special. But hey, Mo Esports, they are pushing up on the bridge as well. So there could still be several surprises yet to come on through. So Ezio and Alicio on the approach. Oh, here we go, here we go. Oh, Brody. Easy though, does find the first. Getting that confirmation secured. The quick, easy trade. Oh, come on. Oh, Focus, an absolute nuisance onto Easy. And now it's all down to Alicio to carry the name of Mo Esports further and further through these phases. In the meanwhile, we do have a bit of action also then happening over towards the western bridge. +18 and Virtual Gaming Squad, but XENON can be moving in as well. Oh, the fights are there. XENON using the opportunity to just slide on by. Actually, they found themselves a bit of lazy boy. Alright, so good play coming through here from Nagato. Getting that confirmation secured. But XENON, they're not going to be two-phase. Being reduced down to 3. They still have quite a bit of opportunity to play at, especially down on towards that southern side. But again, right, there could be still quite a few surprises to come through, as nothing has really been confirmed with the exact position of zone. It could still very well pull up to the north. In the meanwhile, there's going to be Virtual Gaming Squad getting taken on down. Well, Johnny, technically, we are on the last match of League, right? So we are playing now to confirm the top 12. And then after this match, we are going to be stepping into Livik. And only the top 12 teams are going to be playing. So this is technically the last match of League stage. The Livik match is going to be the bonus match. So at the current moment, the top 12 stops all the way at Greedy. As we can see, they're coming through on 96 points, right? 77k, and everyone from there further down, as you can see at the top of the screen, those teams are not going to be making it over on towards Livik. So 12 teams will be moving up. 8 teams are going to be looking on from the lobby. In the meanwhile, going to be the World of Battle and Falcons getting ready for a little bit of action over into farm, and of course this bridge position here. It's a decent spread going through from both teams. We did see Castle Black and Clear Vision down in towards the Nova Rep Noya container yard. Alright, so RUKH Esports now having a bit of a swing here at Smash all the way out in the blue. Quite a bit of a interesting play. I mean, so far away from it. Yeah. Let's see whether or not they can pick it up. This is match number 5, as you'll see. If you look down in the bottom left corner, once we return back onto the action, you'll see exactly where we are with regards to these games. So nice shift going through from that zone, sitting over towards the western side. Definitely shifting the focus of our teams. I think in particular there for FALCONS White and of course the players then from the World of Battle. As they now going to have to check their way all the way back to that far western side. Ooh. Arthur though with a quick play on towards AXA. Well, if I'm not mistaken, Blackhand last season, right? The top 5, around about this point, at the end of this match, last season, the top 5 was Triple Esports, Blackhand in 2nd place, FALCONS White, then known as Titan Gaming. We had RUKH Esports, then secured in 4th, and XENON, aka Cryptics, they were secured in 1st place. So that was the top 5 last season at exactly this point. Day 5, game 5 for phase number 1. Of course, we can see the leaderboard at the top of the screen coming into this match. But in case you missed it, coming into this match, it was FALCONS White, RUKH Esports, Clear Vision, Virtual Gaming Squad, and Blackhand. So now all the way down to 5th place, Blackhand goes, instead of being in 2nd place, as we saw them last season. Let's see exactly how far these teams are going to be looking to push it in this final game of League for this first phase. Before we step over into our bonus match, FALCONS now getting themselves caught in a little bit of that blue. Wave patiently waiting to see what Av Golden are going to be bringing through here, as Rex is the sole survivor. The last player left to defend their honor. So Wave already coming into this match, being secured up within the top 12. So they're not going to be too concerned as to where exactly they finish in this one, as they will still have that opportunity to step over into Livik to try and add a few additional points to their tally. I mean, sure, they probably wanted to at least go out of this match with a bit of a bang, and there, of course, we have our top 12, as you can see at the edge of the screen. So 77k, 10 points behind the side of Greedy. Greedy still alive and kicking. So I don't necessarily see any major upsets being played here. I mean, +18 essentially being the only team that could still play for a bit of a position. Oh, nice spray down coming here from RUKH though. Super power. Now going to be hitting those NOS buttons, trying to get themselves well ahead of the spray, but a beautiful leading shot coming through here from Default and the rest of RUKH. Yep. Yep, that is a very unfortunate play indeed now, coming through for Superpower. As you can see, they are so far away that we can't exactly even see who's rotating up. But of course, that was Unab. Now Unab having to try and patch themselves back up. Meanwhile, it's going to be the World of Battle and the Falcons out here having a bit of fun in the blue. But they can't have too much fun, right? They need to practice a little bit of that self-control, get themselves repositioned back into the safety of the zone before the blue gets the better of them. And now going to be finding Superpower rotating up towards them. Berlin. First one to make a bit of an entrance. Unab now going to be looking to wrap as far around as they can, but here we go. Blackhand could get the jump in. This could be their first elimination for this match. So Berlin, of course, now getting taken down by the Molly coming through there from Geme. Ooh, but RUKH Esports hanging in the wing. This could be quite a bit of an upset. So you got Superpower, Hand, as well as RUKH, and of course then the side order of Greedy. See them holding just over on that western side. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. PMPL Africa popping off, yes, as we head into potentially the final stretch right here in match number 5. Special going to be holding down South. Elysia are going to be feeling a lot of that pressure as we do see XENON just hovering about. Rex also there on the side of Wave. But Wave are yet to find points. They've not yet found a single elimination. And they are down to a solo. Mo Esports also sitting with 3 though. RUKH Esports are going to be looking to make this play count. Oh, Blackhand going to be looking to contest. Zone shifting even further down towards the southern sides. But again, no clear indication as to who's going to be making it off at this point. We do say goodbye to Elysia though, out there going 14th. As Mo Esports walk away with 3 eliminations. Greedy waiting patiently to see what their play is going to be. Are they going to look to dip down into the drink? Are they going to try and play a bit of an upset here onto RUKH and Blackhand? Oh, Toxin though, coming through with the answer. Blackhand could be looking to add a few more points to their overall tally. Of course, they are going to be stepping onto Livik, so there will be even more opportunity for those points to get doubled down on. So Blackhand currently sitting on 131 points, just 1 point behind Special Esports. So let's see how this is going to unfold now for Special. Also, Black could be in control of quite a bit of power here. Coming into this match, sat all the way down in 10th position. So they're also going to be looking to add a few more points on. Because remember, these teams are playing for not only placement in the top 12, but they're also playing for those bonus points. So Castle Black now holding on to 105. They need 12 more to catch up to Raad. Speaking of catching up, Blackhand now, oh, potentially down to 2 as default lets yet another nade loose. Oh! Finds a decent chunk of damage onto Keme. Mozaro gonna try and pull off that res, but up comes the Zen here. Pusher knocking on the door. One jump shot, that could be all that's required now for RUKH Esports to close this one up. And lock in these 2 eliminations. But of course, now Blackhand, they found the opportunity, getting those health bars amended. Oh, the response coming through with the shotties. Oh, Rami in danger. Is now solely reliant on Rami to see if they can survive. It is going to be Hand trying relentlessly to get the final play to send RUKH Esports right back into the lobby. Up comes Mozaro. Keme rather. Pushing up. Oh, you got to watch out. Yep, down they go. Rami, very low on health. Mozaro just needs to cough in their direction, and that could be the end. But unfortunately, the terrain is not allowing them the luxury of having the angle down onto the side here of RUKH. Jump shot could close it up. Oh, there we go. What a play though of Mozaro. Flying down the side of the mountain to get that finishing blow. Of course, FALCONS also holding up alongside Blackhand here. So RUKH Esports wasn't enough of a challenge. Might as well add the FALCONS to the mix. Jump shot yet again. Oh, bunch of those. Stop Storm. Very, very risky play, but such an exciting angle to hold. Oh, Teak just made it across the way, but unfortunately they've been met with the necessary aggression to get stopped in their tracks. Also, Black still going to be looking to apply the pressure here onto the side of Special. Well, there we go. Good follow-up. As SAFG secures the play. Taking down the entirety of Special. Hey, we got Crowns joining us in the chat as well. Just in time to see the final few plays coming through on match number 5. So Greedy going to be swimming across the way, followed by Hand. I have Golden in a beautiful position now to try and capitalize. Down goes Toxin. That alleviates quite a bit of pressure. So let's see what Dalhop is going to be doing. Will they make it in successfully? In the meantime, the World of Battle, very close to center zone. But they're going to have to contest against the spread coming through here from Arab Golden. Clear Vision also hoping for a little bit of magic. They're down to a solo. Ooh. Special now getting farmed. Alpha Logi having their ticket punched. Now it's up to Unab. Oh, but Gary Boy. Gary Boy trying to evade the sprays. Hazem now just capitalizing on a gatekeep. Such a strong gatekeep. Sat in a boat, out in the water, picking up a few swimmers along the way. Vito, though, does secure the spray over on towards Timon. See whether or not the Neutron can get that res in. That will bring Arab Golden back up to a full 4-piece. Keme is down, and that is the end of the road for Blackhand. Dalhop with a follow through, and of course, there we have it. Greedy also getting shipped on out. Down to the final few we go now. Wave holding on to a solo. Ooh, but a nice shift going through here for the zone. Superpower also going to be sitting on that solo. Superpower going to be looking to go out with a bang, as we did see them sitting on 67 total points. XENON also still having quite a bit of a way to go to get themselves properly and decently secured. I mean, they've not found a single elimination. Plus 18, though. They are sitting up to 10. So they are having a very comfortable run so far. Let's see if Nagato can lock it in. Both plus 18. And XENON have to rotate back into the zone. And this will put them in a bit of a vulnerable position. Not only between the two of them, but also looking at the angles being held here by Vito. Gary Boy is going to look to come in with a bit of that utility play. Wave! Also getting closed up in 8th place. Vito just in the nick of time is going to be pulling out of that position. Now it's going to be the World of Battle feeling a little bit of the heat. Ooh, but look at this. Castle Black out on the edge. Focus seems determined to find a bit of an angle here. But they also got to keep a very close eye on that zone positioning while Vito now steps onto Overwatch. Ooh, there we go. Finding Senke. Beautiful trade. That's up to Marshall and Carry Boy. All the battle also going to be looking to capitalize on a few of the hard angles they've got here. Ooh. Plus 18, being the clear predicted victors here. As they are sitting with double-digit elims. Marshall is down. This could be the opportunity now for Clear Vision to lock it in and at least alleviate the presence there of XENON. But XENON also having a pretty tough run. Only one elimination up. So they and Clear Vision find themselves in a very similar position. Meanwhile, it's going to be plus 18. Down to 3-piece as they bring Escanor back on their feet. So plus 18 still going to be looking to climb the board, right? They are still looking to make that play for the top 12. Currently sat with those 10 points up. We'll see pretty soon up at the top of the screen exactly where they find themselves with regards to their share of the points. The World of Battle and Greedy is still going to be held on to 11th and 12th place, at least for the time being. And just as we were about to see where plus 18 are, we move into the map view as the zone is going to be closing. Where will it go? Is it south? Is it north? Ooh, neither. It moves to the center. So Ab Golden, the World of Battle, now very well positioned, and this is their opportunity now to lock in a bit of that dominance. Unub about to get hit by the vehicle. Down they go as Faker secures the play. That is super powered down. Nagato! Oh! Having to defend. But Arab Golden, this could be quite a bit of an upset coming through. Oh, plus 18, holding on to 87 points. They need even more to try and close that gap. So regardless of how this next play goes, they need to try and make it at least up into potentially pole position. Vito, focus. Playing a very stealthy game at this point. Looking to stay just out of reach. And meanwhile, Arab Golden are going to be holding nice and steady onto the only compound towards the northern side of the zone. We are going to say goodbye to Clear Vision though. Down they go, 5th place, 2 eliminations up. Clear Vision not having to worry about points as they have made it into the top 12 already. But of course, well, trying to see just how many additional points they can add to their tally. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Cost of Black now sitting on 6 points. But a few of the teams currently still alive are going to be looking to make that play, right? The World of Battle, one of the defending teams for the top 12. You see them now sat in 11th place with 104 points. But these are chasing teams, right? Plus 18, 77k, but plus 18 now getting close up. Oh, 91. Falling 7 points short. But now it's up to the rest to make a bit of a difference. Arab Golden still alive. Also one of the teams in contention to try and push for the top 12. But will they be able to acquire enough points here? I mean, they are still sat on a full piece. Full piece of 3. 84 points up. They need at least an additional 18, 14 points. Right, so they need to find 4 eliminations and that winner chicken dinner. So 4 more elims. And the chicken. Oh, but the World of Battle are going to rob them of at least 2. Now it is the World of Battle up against Arab Golden, fighting for the top 12. If Arab Golden get this chicken, that is their ticket, potentially up into the top 12. You can see them sitting on 84. Right, they need to take down the entirety of the World of Battle and get that winner chicken dinner. And then they will be sat on exactly the amount of points that they need, but let's see if that is going to be the play. As the push now comes through. The World of Battle looking to expand their reach. They're feeling very confident at this point. They got a full squad to work with. Oh, as they now start to swing into Arab. Those health bars really getting heavily reduced. Mason is down. It's now up to Neutron and Timon. But they're going to have to play a near perfect match. But it's going to be that bombardment coming through now from the World of Battle, trying to clear their way as they push on forward. They know exactly where to find Arab Golden. Either in the building or just outside. But as we can see, they are, of course, now just holding steady on the outside of the building here. Come on, Krona. Get it. I don't think Arab Golden have feel this much pressure. Haven't felt this for a while, but now that blue zone is going to add to the pressure indeed. It's going to be closing up. Timon is about to fall. Down they go. Neutron. Oh, down they go as well. Oh, the final place, and that is the World of Battle. Securing that winner chicken dinner. Stopping Arab Golden right there in their tracks. What a play indeed it has been. A very exciting performance going through here from the World of Battle. I mean, securing themselves a very, very strong play. 6 eliminations, 1600 damage though. That is exactly what we need to see. The team's keeping it very contentious all the way through to the end of the match. But of course, as we know, right, we still have one more map to go. We are going to be heading over into Livik to see exactly what our teams are going to be bringing through. But of course, only 12 teams will be making it to that point. And we'll be finding out very, very soon exactly who our top 12 teams are. In the meanwhile, we are going to be taking a look at the highlights from this past match. Just to remind you of a few of the amazing plays that we saw coming through here from our participants. And a very sweaty play indeed. I mean, we had so many teams trying their utmost. Especially the teams chasing the top 12, right? Trying everything in their arsenal to get themselves secured within those placement points. To get themselves secured within those eliminations. To see whether or not they can make the cut and get into Livik. Because that allows the teams even more of an opportunity to lock in points. Speaking of which, let's take a look at those highlights. Well, definitely the most exciting play for me coming through from this past match was, of course, that play from Mazzaro. The jump shot off the cliff, getting the DBS. Bam! Very exciting play indeed, but you gotta love the contention coming through here as we've had RUKH Esports, Black Hand, as well as the players then from the side of Falcons White, all in contention up towards the northern edge of zone, fighting to see who's gonna be the team to make it across the way, only to come to that southern part of the northern part of the southern island, and once they make landfall, I mean, it was Arab Golden lying in wait, just spraying them down, locking in those eliminations. But a very exciting day indeed. We've seen RUKH Esports now securing themselves an absolute bucket load of points. But of course, let's take a look at our top performers here as we have it, right? It is going to be Torm and Nagato coming through for +18, locking in the most eliminations, as well as the most damage. The World of Battle, Arthur, reaching in with those beautiful, beautiful nades. Default also causing quite a few problems, right? Hitting a lovely 375-meter hit. So some very impressive stats indeed being delivered here by our top performers in this last match. So you gotta love the action, right? That is continuing to unfold on the battlefield. Of course, speaking about the action, it is far from done. We still have one more map to go as we are going to be venturing over in towards Livik. And as we know, it's going to be a very close map, right? But speaking of Livik, let's take a look at these points. As we've got our teams right here, of course, then it's going to be World of Battle locked in on 16. Arab Golden and +18 on 14 points respectively. Castle Black, though, sitting on a lovely 12 pointers there as well. But a very good performance going through from +18. I mean, 10 eliminations looks good on any standings, right? So well played to them. But of course, Special and RUKH, both of them managing to secure themselves 4 eliminations. Black Hand also then picking up those 6 eliminations. So still a somewhat aggressive play coming through. Well, we got to take a look and see what this next page holds, as it is going to be Smash Team, the only team making their way back into the lobby. Unfortunately, no points, but they do get a few donuts, right? Nothing wrong with donuts whatsoever. XENON, Falcons White, only going to be fighting themselves those 2 points. You know, as we know, sometimes it is what it is. The teams can already find so many points, and that's kind of what it is, right? But we had a lot of excitement coming through, especially towards the northern edge of zone. The teams were fighting profusely to get themselves secured, and of course, rotated all the way down onto that southern end. But of course, now we need to see how these match points impact our overall standings and where the teams find themselves. But before we do that, let's take a look at the damage graphs here. We see 2043 coming through for +18. Even though they settled for a 4th place finish, or rather had to settle for a 4th place finish, that didn't stop them from being quite a bit of an aggressive team, right? Locking in 20 eliminations worth of damage, managing to convert 10 of those into actual eliminations. But the strongest conversion rate is going to go to Castle Black, finding 7 elims out of 1,099 damage out on the battlefield. Very exciting one. Arab Golden also coming through with a very strong conversion rate there, as we can see. 8 eliminations out of 1,300 damage. Not a bad showing whatsoever. Of course, World of Battle, again, very consistent with regards to that aggression. We did see that happen back in match number 4. So good to see those trades continue to find their way on through as the teams continue to bring in the action. Of course, for the World of Battle, that was back in match number 3. On our last Miramar that we played as well. But of course, it's about that time to take a look at those points to see, without a doubt, who our top 12 teams are going to be stepping over on towards Livik to find that last bit of an opportunity to secure the additional points. Because as we know, right, the higher the team's place, at least within this phase, the more bonus points will be up for grabs for them. Of course, speaking of which, here we go. It is going to be Falcons White now sitting on a lovely 205 points at the top of the board. Holding on to quite a bit of a lead, though. As you can see, 22-point lead down on towards RUKH Esports. So no change, aside from the addition of points coming through in our top 8. Right, nothing has changed over here. However, as we'll take a look at that second page, we'll see even more of a change coming through there. But Black Hand, though, sitting with 2 winner chicken dinners. Clear Vision, RUKH on 3, Falcons on 4. But looking at the aggression there from RUKH, I mean, they are leading, right? 1, 2, 3, that is what it will be. We also then have the players from Castle Black trading places then with RUKH, but both of them are situated on 117 points apiece. Of course, World of Battle trailing by 1, but the top 12 stops at Greedy, who are holding on to that 7-point lead just ahead of +18. And of course, then the players coming through from Arab Golden 77k they tried as well, but unfortunately things didn't exactly work out for them. And down at the bottom of the board, it is going to be Superpower, Jack, as well as Smash and Mo. So those are the teams to close up the bottom part of the board. So, well, we now know who our top 12 teams are that are going to be stepping forward over into Livik to show us a little bit of that action, right? A nice, quick, swift match is going to be making its way on through. Now, I'm curious to see how Livik is going to compare to what we've seen happen over on Sanhok. Because looking at the performances that we've had come through on the map of Sanhok itself, right? We've seen a few more aggressive teams, or a few teams presented with a bit of an aggressive opportunity, right? So a team like Special Esports, for instance, they are the team that is leading with regards to the aggression there, 23 eliminations. Of course, then they are being second by the players coming through from Clear Vision. So I'm curious to see how that is going to translate moving into our last match of the day. Because Special, they are currently sat all the way in 7th place. So they would be a 6th place rather with 134 points. So I'm curious to see whether or not they are going to be looking to capitalize on Livik. Seeing that it is, to some extent, quite similar to what we have on Sanhok. But of course, now looking at the world of battle here, they've also been having quite a bit of a substantial day. I mean, finding themselves all the way up in that 11th position. But based on what we've seen come through from them just in this last match, 6 eliminations up. A very, very good position to be in indeed. I mean, that winner chicken dinner just tasting so good for them. But are they going to look to continue that momentum? Are they going to look to keep up that pacing moving into the last match? Are we going to maybe look at a bit of a back-to-back winner chicken dinner? Or could it be completely the other way around? Of course, there's going to be only one way to find out exactly what our teams are going to be bringing on through. And of course, who would be that team to step up to claim that winner chicken dinner? If you've got any predictions for that, be sure to let me know in the chat. While we get ready to see exactly what the lovely Livik is going to be bringing in. Again, Livik also being the size that it is, flight path, again, won't be as important, right? The team still being quite capable of reaching just about anywhere on that map. I think, however, it is going to be similar to Sanhok, where it is quite reliant on what that zone is going to be bringing through and how the teams are going to be looking to get themselves situated and spread out accordingly. Because as we know, right, position is important, especially on a tiny map. You got to watch out for those third-party sprays. You got to watch out for a few potential rushes coming through. But of course, we see a prediction then for the Falcons being the predicted victors coming through in this match. Of course, we are going to be hopping into Livik very, very soon to see exactly what our teams are going to be bringing to the battlefield. So if you got predictions, now would be a good time to let me know as we await the start of match number 6, the bonus match right here for the day. In the meanwhile, it does seem like that plane should be prepping itself up very, very soon. We've not yet had confirmation on that, but we are awaiting the confirmation to come through indeed. Now, aside from Clear Vision, and of course then the players coming through from the side there of Special Esports, I mean, Falcons White, they've also been quite a bit of a dominating team, sitting on 35 total points that they've been able to secure over on Sanhok. Castle Black also then coming through with 22 eliminations, so I'm interested to see how those Sanhok performances are going to translate moving into the map of Livik itself, right? So very similar kind of setup with regards to the size of the map. Sanhok still being somewhat bigger than what we have over on Livik. But I'm curious to see how these teams are going to be playing that one out. So if you've got any thoughts, any predictions, let me know. We got a call out there for Falcons and Mo Esports. I'm not quite sure if Moise is maybe just trolling a little bit. But yeah, as you know, Moise, we only have the top 12 participating in this next match, so let's see how it's going to go. All right, so it does seem like the plane is prepped up and ready to roll. So the only thing we need to see is where exactly our teams are going to be looking to get themselves dropped into as we hop straight into the action. It is going to be go time. Flight path is going to be starting over on the western side. Very close there to the aqueduct, heading all the way over towards Iceborg. It's an interesting flight path, and teams now really will have easy access to essentially this entire map. So let's see how they're going to be looking to expand themselves, where they're going to be looking to take those plays. Alright, Zone is going to get ready to pop indeed. The World of Battle having themselves in a bit of a hot drop there. We've got Black Hand, Wave, and Greedy. Also starting off quite early with the aggression. I'm curious to see who is going to be there alongside the World of Battle. Alright, so we can't exactly figure it out just yet, but we'll see pretty soon. As the team colors change every time we venture into Livik. We are so close to making out a name there, but we can't exactly see who that is. Right, so we got one prediction coming through for the Falcons. Ooh, it's clear vision. Clearly I missed that one. Let's see now who's going to hold on to the rush. Livik is a dangerous map. That is 100% correct. As we are patiently waiting the zone. Oh, there we go. Ooh, nice trade coming through here from VanKid. But the contention will continue over towards the western side. The World of Battle, the first team down. Unfortunately, not picking up any points here. So they will now be solidified in their current positioning. Which, of course, was 11th place coming into this match. Now it's going to be reliant on Greedy to see if they can find a few points and maybe look for 18. Whether or not they're going to be finding 18, we don't quite know just yet. But that is what's going to be required now from Greedy to see if they can contest for that 11th place spot. Mid-sign is pretty vacant still. The nearest team to that is going to be, XENON. But look at these plays though. Wave experiencing a little bit of difficulty as well. Greedy down to 1. Black Hand and Falcons trying to find a bit of a trade-off here. Crabgrass being our destination of aggression. Delharp going to be waiting in the wing, so there could be still a bit of a surprise being held there. Ooh, ingenious move here by Wave, getting up on the boxes. And Mozaro focuses down to knee height. Taking a second look at the play. Ooh, here we go now. It's going to be Rex to get pushed. Down they go. That is Wave. Shipped out in 11th place. 2 additional points getting acquired by them. Mike saying that they are an absolute fan of Livik. Absolute fan. They cannot go a day without playing Livik. I 100% agree with you, Mike. First thing I do when I wake up in the morning is wonder who's going to be getting that winner chicken dinner when it comes to Livik. Right now it's going to be Greedy, trying to find a bit of a reach. Delharp, no! All they'll be reaching is the lobby. As they get stopped in 10th place. At least managing to add 1 point, so not exactly the 18 plus that they needed. But you know what, the point's a point at the end of the day. So at least we know what the points now look like from 11th downwards. So 11th and 12th place now essentially being confirmed. Oh, nice play. Nice play. There we go. That is exactly what we like to see. Alright, can you hear the shots now going off in the background as well? Oh, but here we go. Mozaro rushing straight up into that one. Alright, so Mazzaro coming through with a bit of a fisticuff play on that. Securing themselves the finish. And with that, we are down to only 9 surviving team. RUKH and the players from Virtual Gaming Squad yet to secure their final few points. But with Wave also now getting there out, they too will be adding only 2 additional points to their tally. Quite a bit of heat now here in Crabgrass. So one shot just patiently awaiting a bit of a position. Ooh, come on. Black hand, Falcons. Oh, no, it's just black hand and clear. Falcons though out with 6 eliminations. Holy guacamole. Very, very aggressive play. I mean, black hand, clear, also just holding on 5 eliminations each. But where are they going to be looking to stop it? Zaro coming through with a bit of a play. No jump shots just yet. Bit of a missed opportunity there by Mazzaro. And of course now Vankid coming through with a follow-up. That is black hand out with 5. As they do secure themselves at least a placement point. But we are yet to see a few of those crossbow plays coming through. I wonder if we'll have any player bold enough to adopt that crossbow play. Since its introduction, I've not seen it happen in PMPL Arabia or PMPL Africa. Alright, so RUKH Esports now going to be looking to maybe clear things out a little bit. They do find a bit of an angle on towards Ra'ad. It's now up to Fever and Zuxi. But a tough position indeed to be in. Down goes Fever. Oh, this could be a bit of a turning point. Well, the answer is no. Ra'ad, down they go, 7th place, 1 elimination up. RUKH though, yes, now up to 4. Slowly climbing with regards to those points. But let's see who's going to be the team to dominate here. Right, we still got Clear Vision up. We've got XENON, Special, Castle, as well as RUKH Esports and Virtual Gaming Squad. The Castle Black all the way to that far eastern side. XENON, the closest team to be on the receiving end from a bit of that Castle Black rotation. Castle Black now doing their due diligence. You don't want to just blindly rotate on through. Try and get at least a bit of an idea as to what could be lying in wait up ahead. Clear Vision also not going to be starting to mobilize themselves. Are they going to rush straight into Gronhus? Oh, we don't quite know, but we do know that they are going to be finding Rami. So with that, RUKH Esports now going to be down to, well, potentially 2 players, as the other 2 are all the way over towards that far side. That, of course, being Eugene and Porsche. So Van Geert and Vito are going to be setting up that defensive line. Ooh, here we go, The opportunity is there. RUKH now going to have to venture further and further out into the blue. Oh, come on. Oh, great commitment coming through there from Clear Vision as they try to lock in the last few sprays But now it's going to be RUKH Esports looking to wrap around Blomster to get themselves back into that zone as we do say goodbye to Rami. Getting taken down with a pan. So I yet to see a bolt, a bit of a crossbow play. Right, we yet to see that one come through. But good to see at least a pan finish. Right, as we know, that also gets a point awarded to them. Virtual Gaming Squad, they've not yet found any points. But they've made it into the top 6. They are down to a 2-piece. Same can be said there for RUKH Esports. But they've got 4 eliminations up. Castle Black and Special also yet to lock in a little bit of the carnage. But being where we are just now, oh, there could be some good follow-ups to come through. So your Force getting dropped to their knees. Now it turns to Fares. But again, Fares a little bit far away, so they can't exactly lend a helping hand to their teammate. Now there could be a bit of a fight breaking out here between Clear Vision and XENON. Oh, the trade starts. One shot, gotta watch out. Not exactly having some good coverage on that one. Prediction coming through for Clear Vision, taking the winner chicken dinner. Alright. So Mike being our Livik expert in the chat, let's see whether or not they are accurate with their predictions. I mean, already, Clear Vision sitting on 7 eliminations. The highest tally that we've seen so far. Well, on Livik. Well, in fact, everything that we can see now is going to be the first we look at on Livik. As after this, we only have 2 Liviks yet to come. But those are still quite a way. Quite a bit of a way to go until we reach exactly there. Could be a bit of a surprise now being made here by Fares. Let's see whether or not Pusher is going to find them. Ooh, or will Fares instead find the surprise and deliver it to the front door? Prediction coming through for XENON. Alright, so we've got Clear Vision and XENON potentially taking the dubs here. Ooh, nasty shift though, pulling all the way down south. So Castle Black, they are going to be quite happy with the shift. As it plays nicely into their favor. Fares now starting with a bit of a hello on towards Pusher. Not quite sure if that is what they should have done, but instead the sprays connect on through. It is going to be XENON looking to lay it on quite thick. Oh, Fares now in danger. Pusher locks it down. Virtual Gaming Squad out with 6th place. And all they get is placement points. So with that, we are down to our final 5 teams to contest for the first winner chicken dinner on Livik. Got a prediction coming through for Clear Vision, 1 for XENON. Well, it's between the 2 of them, and then of course Special, Castle, and RUKH Esports. So which of our top 5 remaining teams do you think is going to be the team to clutch it out? Who will be the one to take that winner chicken dinner? Eugene and Pusher now about to get absolutely devoured by that blue zone as it's closing up at the speed of fright. So Clear Vision are making their dash. Special and Castle Black, a very comfortable position down south, and they will continue to hold on as the contention now continues to brew up to the north. Oh, it's going to be RUKH, it's going to be Clear, it's going to be XENON fighting for possession, all the privilege to rotate back into the zone as we do say goodbye to RUKH Esports. 5 eliminations up though, not a bad run. Let's see who's going to find this next bit of a play here. It is now between Clear Vision looking to bring themselves back into the fight. XENON holding on with 3. Senke coming through with a bit of a carry. It seems like Clear Vision is going to pull off the res, and there we go, jumping at the opportunity, but Marshall now just repositioning a little bit further away. Again, trying to set up these angles, but both these teams need to get their butts in zone as the blue is going to start rushing on forward. Yep, there we go. You're going to be quick, fast. Stay ahead of that blue. Oh, great opportunity now coming through for SAFG as they lock down the spray. Oh, stopping Lazy Boy and Senke dead in their tracks. Marshall, the last hopeful left now for XENON. It's not looking very hopeful, but let's see whether or not they can maybe still clutch it out. Clear Vision managing to narrowly escape the damage, the carnage from the blue. But I think it's essentially now between Special and Castle Black. See who's going to be the team to dominate the zone. Ooh, Clear Vision getting spotted out. They are going to come rotating up behind Marshall. The heat is going to be on. And there we go. We do say goodbye to XENON. Out they go, 4th place, 4 eliminations. Well, we did see a 5th place with 5 eliminations. So what's going to happen to 3rd place? 3rd place with 3 eliminations. Oh, Vankit is down. Clear now in trouble. Oh, one shot, super low on health. Special could definitely look to clutch this one out. Down goes one shot. It's now solely reliant on Vitor and Bogus to carry the name forward. Special already got a little bit of something special cooking up for them. Broly taking quite a few hits as Vitor looks to rotate up. Oh, we got to watch out for these angles though. It's now down to FALCONS, Broly, and YC to see if they can defend the honor, the edge of zone. Vito is super low. Down they go. Down goes Focus, and that is Clear Vision out in 3rd place. 9 elims, though. It's now down to Castle Black and Special to fight for that winner chicken dinner. Special already sitting with 1 winner chicken dinner to their name. Castle sitting with 2. So either of these 2 teams have a bit of an opportunity here to improve their points. Castle sitting with 4 elims. Special going through on 2. Who's going to be the one to find that last clutch play? Now comes the bush. Oh, Joker trying to rip it up. Oh, YC sacrificing themselves. Down they go. Oh, Ramsey right up on the front line. Are they going to make it though? Oh, shotties. Joker not going to be joking around. Down goes Broly. It's now up to FALCONS and down they go. That is, of course, then Castle Black securing themselves a glorious winner chicken dinner. They came into this match tied with RUKH with regards to points. Adding a lovely chicken to the mix does change up the point situation ever so slightly, but a very exciting play indeed coming through from Castle Black. Walking away victorious, getting themselves, of course, those lovely 8 eliminations. So a very, very exciting play for them indeed. But you gotta love what these teams are doing. Of course, the upsets have been played, right? Greedy getting taken out quite early on. We did see the World of Battle also falling quite early. I mean, so many teams managing to find eliminations, but not making it up into that late stage. Of course, still, XENON, RUKH, I mean, they tried, right? They blocked in quite a few eliminations, tried to be quite a bit of a nuisance. Blackhand also tried to survive as best they could, but there's no messing with the blue zone when it comes to the map of Livik. Speaking about which, let's head on right back into the action to take a look at a few of these highlights. Well, there we go. Very exciting stuff indeed. Coming through. Some very impressive plays coming through in this last match. But you gotta love it, right? That is exactly what we're supposed to see when we step over onto a map the size of Livik, right? The teams really up close and personal, getting right down to business. Meaning that, showing that they are here, right? They want to see just how many additional points they can add to their tally. Of course, speaking about that, we are going to be taking a look at those match points as well to see exactly how many points our respective teams were able to secure. Castle Black, though, going to be feeling very, very happy with that winner chicken dinner, of course, then adding, I believe, their third one to the mix, their first one here for this day. But yeah, very exciting one indeed. Let's see what those point situations are. We are going to be hopping into that in just a short, brief moment. But, I mean, Castle, Clear Vision, all of them just locking in with so many plays. I mean, upsets, again, being had all over the place. You got to give it, though, to Castle. I mean, quite a bit of proficiency being shown there just in that last-ditch push, right? Coming through, locking it in, and just lighting everything ablaze. Beautiful shotgun blaze, but that is, of course, well, one of the things that we have happening over on that Livik map. XENON, though, also strong representation, right? Really still looking to find as many angles, as many plays as they possibly could. But you gotta love how just absolutely unforgiving that blue zone is, right? It's not like any of the other maps. If you get caught out on the blue, on Sanhok, on Erangel, on Miramar, you're okay. You're okay, right? Not 100%, but you can survive at least till some point. Looking at what Livik brings, I mean, once that blue zone starts moving, one, there's no way you catch up with it running on foot, and two, you can't out-heal it. It is just not a given strategy. Blue zone heal strats, a thing of the past. So really exciting to see these teams being put to the test yet again. And of course, well, Livik, such a quick and fast map, right? Even if you just play as a normal classic, it takes about, what, 10, 15 minutes to play through. So very exciting stuff indeed. But of course, well, we are going to be taking a look at a few of the highlights here. So let's hop into that. The highlights, of course, from the day. I think it is safe to say that we are probably going to be closing up the day. Just based on the fact that we are looking at the highlights, I think that is going to be the end of the day. So on that note, of course, I want to remind you all to join us back again on Tuesday as we are going to be kicking off phase number 2. So Tuesday, we're going to be shuffling up those groups. The teams will be in new orders. So, well, there's going to be quite a bit to look forward to. So be sure to join us on Tuesday as we hop into all the sweaty action that phase 2 will have for us. Of course, looking forward to see what these teams are going to be bringing in. In the meanwhile, until then, hope you all stay fresh, hope you all stay frosty, and we look forward to seeing you all back again very, very soon. So, yeah, that is it from my side. So, goodbye for now. See you all back on Tuesday. Of course, remember to stay fresh, stay frosty, and y'all behave now.